To South Florida and the sparkling new Marlins Park for the first road game of the 2012 season. Astros and Marlins are next on Fox Sports Houston. Welcome to the opening week of baseball presented by Burger King. Live from Marlins Park in Miami, Florida, Fox Sports Houston brings you Houston Astros baseball. Tonight, the Astros begin a 7-game road trip. It's the first of 3 with the Astros and the Marlins. Good evening, everybody. Bill Brown and Jim DeShays. It's the Miami Marlins this year, and it is quite a ballpark as the Astros get their first look at it, JD.
Yeah, it should be a fun weekend here in South Florida. No rain delays. We're going to be in air-conditioned comfort. It should be a lot of fun. Maybe not so much fun for the Marlin hitters. If Lucas Harrell can perform tonight like he did last time out in the young season, he has had the best start of any of the Astros pitchers, a shutout for 7 innings against the Rockies. He allowed just 3 hits in that game, did not walk a man, continually pounding the strike zone with his fastball, and featured a very good changeup as well. Very impressive work for Lucas Harrell against Jamie Moyer in Game 2 of the season against the Rockies. We'll see if he can repeat it here tonight.
Against Ricky Nolasco, and he was good in his first start on the road. Now, how will he do at brand new Marlins Park? We'll find out in just a moment.
Fox Sports Houston is brought to you by the Progressive Insurance Group. For a money-saving car insurance quote, call 1-800-PROGRESSIVE today. Well, the national anthem has been sung. The umpires are just now coming out of their quarters to meet at home plate. We're going to have baseball, the second official game ever played here at Marlins Park, and the Astros will be part of it coming up tonight. Speaking of schedules, though, let's take a look at the Progressive schedule, which is upcoming in Major League Baseball for the Astros, brought to you by the Progressive Insurance Group. The Astros will play tomorrow and Sunday here at Miami, then Monday through Thursday at Washington. April 20th through 22nd, the Dodgers come to town for a visit, and then they're back on the road to Milwaukee and Cincinnati, rounding out the bulk of the month. You know, the Astros are going to wear the legendary Colt 45 uniforms for the final time in 2012 next Friday, April 20th against those Dodgers. Game time 7:05. 10,000 fans receive replica Colt 45 jerseys courtesy of Champion Energy Services. So root now and buy your tickets for April 20th on Astros.com. We've got baseball from Miami coming up next. Bill Brown and Jim Deshaies in the booth after we take this final timeout.
For the suspended Ozzie Guillen at home plate for the Miami Marlins are talking still with this umpiring crew going over the ground rules. Of course, the first game in the ballpark for Brad Mills and the Astros, and only this second National League game for the Marlins. So they are going through those ground rules in a very detailed way. This is a longer meeting than we normally see, JD.
Well, yeah, they're probably discussing the color scheme and the sculpture and left. So what do you think of the flamingos and the? But, you know, there's, I don't know, we haven't spent enough time looking around the ballpark to know where any peculiarities may be in terms of ground rules. Just in terms of the playability of the ballpark, it's kind of funky out there in straightaway center field with that sculpture. See to the right there how it kind of curves around. That's, I don't think it really presents any problems in terms of a ground rule, but it could be a little funky for a center fielder to go back in that corner and handle the ball.
Yes, good. That's called the home run feature, $2.5 million. 73 feet tall, a Technicolor sculpture by the noted pop artist Red Grooms, complete with diving marlins and flamingos and seagulls. And there's the aquarium that's on both sides of home plate, and we understand that will be stocked with more fish as the games progress here. Not a whole lot of fish swimming around in there right now. And now the starting lineup for the Astros with their first road game of 2012, brought to you by Hyundai. Jordan Schaefer leads it off in center field, as he has been for the first 6 games. It's Jed Lowry, though, playing his first game that counts for the Astros. He's the shortstop. J.D. Martinez is the left fielder, the Miami native, followed by Carlos Lee at first base, Brian Bogasevic in right field, Chris Johnson at third base, Jason Castro the catcher, Jose Altuve at second base, Lucas Harrell the pitcher.
Veteran right-hander Ricky Nolasco for the Miami Marlins here tonight. 7th season as a major league. Pretty solid middle of the rotation guy as you look at the numbers. 65 and 51 for his career with a 4.49 ERA. He follows Josh Johnson and Mark Burley in their rotation. He's been pretty darn good over the years and very good against the Astros. 5-1 lifetime against the Astros. 2 very good games against Houston last season.
Here are the umpires for this game tonight. Paul Nart behind the plate. Dana DeMuth at first. Kerwin Danley at second. Doug Eddings at third. First of a 3-game series for the Astros and the first of 81 road games for them. Last year they were 25 and 56 on the road. And overall against Florida they were 78-71. We'll see how they do against Miami starting tonight. But they lost 9 of their last 11 to the Florida Marlins, who for 19 years played in a park that went by many different names. Joe Robbie Stadium, Pro Player, Dolphin Stadium, Land Shark Stadium, Sun Life Stadium, a football stadium where the Dolphins play. No more. Now they get a baseball park.
Yeah, I just would have named it Really Bad Baseball Stadium, but it's hard to attract fans if you name your ballpark that. So everybody here in Miami is excited about this. But there's a bit of a financing, a legal issue, is there not, surrounding the financing of this ballpark that has to be ironed out yet.
The SEC is checking into the bonds that were used to finance the park. Jordan Schaefer in 6 very good games has hit .348, 1 homer, 2 runs batted in. He's on a 5-game hitting streak. He has started every game for the Astros, and he starts here against Nolasco, who throws a lot of strikes. And as you notice, Jordan Schaefer went for the first pitch. There's strike 1 on the foul ball. Brad Mills was talking with the media, as he does before every game, and I made the comment to him that this team is a lot more selective through 6 games than we saw last year. He said, not tonight. He said tonight we'll go against that trend, and for good reason. JD.
Well, you talked about Nolasco's command. He throws a high percentage of first pitch strikes, likes to attack early with his fastball, and he's got very good breaking stuff. So if you fall behind him, you really put yourself in a bit of a pickle.
He said we'll get back to that tomorrow night. But here it is, 2 balls and a strike as he tries to settle in. And of course, for these Marlins, they don't have much of a comfort field in this ballpark either.
Nolasco last year, 206 innings pitched, walked just 44 men. There's his debut of this year. Solid work and a win against Cincinnati.
Now it's 3-1. Nolasco did not walk anybody in the 8 innings. Those numbers you saw against the Reds, very good. 8 innings, 3 runs against a good hitting ball club. He's really dominated the Astros in his last 3 starts. And there's a leadoff walk.
There we go.
How about that?
Going against the grain.
Very much so. Last year, Nolasco in 206 innings walked 44. 29-year-old veteran goes to work now on Jed Lowry. He had 2 games on his rehab assignment at Oklahoma City, going 3 for 6, 3 runs batted in, and said that right thumb is feeling good again. And Jed was very effective in spring training, batting out of this number 2 spot in the order. There goes Schaefer. Here's the throw, and it sails. Stolen base for Schaefer, number 4 of this season, well ahead of the throw from John Buck. Nice aggressive approach from Schaefer.
Yeah, we could see some running in this series with Schaefer at the top of the Astros order and all the speed that the Marlins have in their lineup. Good jump, not close.
Schaefer had 3 steals against Atlanta Tuesday for his major league high.
Now Lowry can hit the ball on the ground to the right side and get him over to third base and give J.D. Martinez an easy RBI opportunity. Easy being a relative term. Easier, I guess I should say.
Yeah. Well, the Astros looked at Lowry hitting in the number 6 spot. They feel that he gives them flexibility, but they like him in this number 2 spot in the order, and he said he's hit in all different spots in the lineup. 4 steals now for Schaefer, tied for 2nd in the majors. Velasco a little bit out of sync, and it's 2 balls and a strike.
Velasco's fastball a little bit below major league average. He'll sit around 89 miles an hour. And as I mentioned, good breaking stuff. Slider and a put away curveball if he gets ahead of you. His changeup is kind of a split finger pitch, a wide split finger grip that he employs.
Two balls and 2 strikes. Jed Lowry settling into the shortstop position after a rookie, Marwin Gonzalez, handled the first 6 games, making his Astro debut tonight. Switching leagues in the trade over the winter, along with pitcher Kyle Weiland, who has made 1 start for the Astros in the Mark Melancon deal. Grounds it through the right side and into right field. Schaefer coming home. And it's 1-0 Houston as Lowry picks up his first Astro hit and drives in a run with it.
Well, I love that approach right there. If you remember at the end of last year, the Astros in that situation when Altuve was hitting second, he was bunting a lot to advance that runner from second to third. In this situation, man on second, nobody out. I love this approach by Lowry. Now, don't give yourself up. Try to advance him by hitting the ball on the ground on the right side. Not only will you get him over, you'll give yourself a chance to get a base hit, and that's exactly what he does. See him go out and hook that ball through the hole, gets himself a knock, and drives in the first run.
Great start for the Astros with Schaefer walking, stealing, and scoring on the Lowry single, bringing up Miami native J.D. Martinez. He's got a lot of family and friends here for this series. There's ball 1 to J.D. Went to high school in this area, went to college at Davie at Nova Southeastern. J.D. 24 years old, 20th round pick of the Astros in 09. Good start. 364 with 2 homers. He's driven in 6 and he's hit in all 6. He looks at a strike, and that evens the count at 1-1 to J.D. He was the Astros minor league player of the year in 2010. Last year at Corpus Christi, hit .338, then came to the big leagues and hit .274. Big outfield in this ballpark. .344 down the left field line. .418 to straightaway center with a 13.5-foot high wall in straightaway center. Grounded to third. Ramirez gets it to second, and then the turn. Infante makes it a 5-4-3 double play.
And Hanley Ramirez a work in progress over that third base. Of course, the shortstop here for a number of years, but with the addition of Reyes, Hanley Ramirez moves to third base, so they've got some very good athletes on the left side of that infield. Hanley retreating to get that ground ball and then starting the 5-4-3 double play. Good turn by Infante. Mostly positive reviews so far on Ramirez's play at third base.
Carlos Lee looks at strike 1. Carlos with 7 runs batted in is in the top 10 in the National League. In April of 2011 he had 194. What a difference with 364 this season so far through 6 games. This one out toward right center field. Stanton on the run for the third out. Schaefer gets it going with a leadoff walk. He steals second and rides home on the Lowry hit to make it Houston 1. Miami coming up. The starting lineup for Miami is brought to you by Hyundai, showing you Jose Reyes, Emilio Bonifacio, two fast players at the top, Hanley Ramirez, Giancarlo Stanton, Omar Infante, Chris Coughlin, Gabby Sanchez, John Buck, and the pitcher Ricky Nolasco. Reyes takes, and there's strike one for Lucas Harrell. Pitched so well in his start for the Astros back on Saturday, beating Colorado 7-3. He gave up 3 hits and no runs in 7 innings. Smashed on a line to left center field. Reyes is racing around first. Schaefer hustling to hold him to a single. Reyes is always thinking double on a hit like that toward the alley, but the Astros were able to keep him at first.
Now, Reyes was thinking double, and so was Jordan Schaefer. He knew who was running for the Marlins, and he really got after that ball in the outfield. So Reyes held to a single, at least temporarily. He may be looking to steal a bag. He will take full advantage of this big ballpark. He's going to put up a lot of doubles and triples here.
Lucas Harrell, who got a lot of ground ball outs with 93 pitches in defeating the Rockies, also pitched a fine game in spring training against this Miami club to help put him in the opening day rotation. Bonifacio has been spectacular in the early going, and he, like Reyes, uses his wheels to his advantage. He's 4 for 4 in stolen bases. Chris Johnson's in on the grass at third. Showing bunt. He takes ball one.
Bonifacio got off to a great start last year too. This tandem reminds me a little bit of the Marlins from a few years back when they had Juan Pierre and Luis Castillo at the top of the order. Reyes is a much more dynamic player, more power. But reminiscent, with all that speed at the top of the order. A couple of switch hitters here that are really capable of doing some damage.
They really are, and the Marlins figure to be challenged in the power department in this huge ballpark, although Giancarlo Stanton can neutralize the ballpark. Runner going, swing and a miss. Castro with a throw. What a throw! Just safe at second base. Beautiful throw. Altuve had to reach a little bit over on the shortstop side, but Jason really steamed it to second base.
Both the Astros catchers, Jason Castro, Chris Snyder, throwing the ball very well. So quickly he comes firing out from behind home plate, and you have to be perfect. That ball has to be on the second base side there to get Reyes.
Stolen base number 3 of the season for Reyes, so the Marlins follow the Astros' first inning pattern. Bonifacio shows bunt, puts it down, but it's foul.
See, I mean, there's nothing wrong with this play, trying to bunt there to advance Reyes, but I like Lowry's approach of swinging away better. Here comes the tag, so close, but it looked like Reyes got the hand in just before Jose put the tag on him.
Erwin Danley made the safe call. He really had to be watching closely to get that one right, which he did.
Especially with so many of the Marlin hitters struggling, Bonifacio, one of the hotter bats in their lineup. I think I would rather have him swinging. He took a bad swing at strike one to protect Reyes on a ball that was about a foot outside, which, again, Baseball 101 says, yeah, swing to protect the run. That's Jose Reyes stealing the base. Just let him take the bag. Don't why offer at a ball that far off the plate to try to protect him.
Jed Lowry right behind Reyes there, trying to cut into his lead. He's always a threat to steal third. A few days ago he was thrown out trying to steal third for the third out in the inning. But he is truly one of the best speedsters in the game, and so Lowry is doing everything he can to cut into that lead a little bit.
Yeah, and the one thing that Lucas Harrell has to remember is that it's the bottom half of the first inning. So you cannot become too consumed with Reyes out there that your approach to the plate suffers. Seventh inning or later, obviously you know in a tight game you become very aware of base runners. But in the first inning, you don't want to get too worked up about it.
Good slider, and he struck out Bonifacio. Fails to advance Reyes. That had a nice sharp break, JD.
Yeah, I'm chalking that one up. Bad at bat, Bonifacio. Excellent execution, Lucas Harrell. Showed us a lot of good stuff in that start against the Rockies. Fastball command was outstanding. Had a good breaking ball, real good changeup.
old, 26 years old, from Springfield, Missouri. Faces Hanley Ramirez, converted shortstop, now playing third. That was controversial. 160 his early average with 1 homer, 3 runs batted in. Initial stories were he did not want to move to third base after Reyes signed. But what's he going to do? He moved. And his skipper, Ozzie Guillen, had a long chat with him, said he didn't blame him for being upset because actually when he's playing well, he's one of the top shortstops in the game. But a lot of people believe that he didn't make that play all that well in the hole to his right, and this Miami club could be better served if he can hit at third base.
Yeah, well, obviously his offensive production as a shortstop is what allowed him to stand out above the crowd. There's a lot of third basemen that hit a lot of home runs and drive-in runs, much more so than the average shortstop. Kind of like the A-Rod move when he joined the Yankees. Still a very special player, but not as special as he was as a shortstop. Same thing applies to Hanley here, but the bottom line is now you've got 2 really talented players, and it's all about winning. I'm not so sure that Hanley Ramirez at some point in his career doesn't end up in center field. Still think that might be the best fit for him.
Could be. He won the batting title in 09 in the National League, hitting .342. Bouncer third, Chris Johnson. High throw, and Carlos Lee is able to get him. He just barely got his right toe back on first base before the arrival of Ramirez for out number 2.
CJ, a little crow hop, and then sails that throw. You put your right foot in, you put your right foot out. He hokey pokeyed him.
He did.
He just fined. I think he just fined CJ $100.
He did. You know, Carlos is going to have a little fun. Giancarlo Stanton used to be known as Mike Stanton. One of the most powerful hitters in the big leagues. There's ball 1. He's been troubled by sore knees. 240, no homers, 3 runs batted in for Stanton. This man can really hit a ball a long, long way. And he is an emerging hitter, just 22 years old.
His given name at birth was Giancarlo something Michael Stanton. And somewhere around 5th grade, he got tired of people mispronouncing Giancarlo, so he said, just call me Michael. And then now decided to go back to his real name.
Okay. Foul back. Well, there have been a few Mike Stantons in Major League Baseball, so this way he'll stand out. Oh, that's close. Dana DeMuth with the out call.
Talk a lot about pitchers not finishing pitches, and CJ just kind of sailed that one a little bit, didn't get all the way through it.
These umpires have had a couple of close calls in the early going here. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
It's nice and bright in here.
It is bright.
You know, Minute Maid is bright, but some of the roofed stadiums, dome stadiums, are not. Like Milwaukee's kind of dark. Chase Field in Phoenix is kind of dark. This is bright.
A little conference there. Castro and Harrell. Harrell 2-2 as a major league pitcher with a 4.04 ERA. This is his 7th major league start. Named on waivers by the Astros from the White Sox last year. Big opportunity for him to stick in a major league rotation. Up and in, ball 3.
Averaged about 93 miles an hour with his fastball in that last start. I don't know if he can sustain that, sit there all year long. He had a lot of adrenaline pumping, but still he's got good enough fastball and good complementary stuff. Just a matter of being consistent with it, as it is with all pitchers.
Stanton out to right center field, and Bogusevic slides. It gets by him. The Marlins score. Here's the throw into second from Schaefer. Not in time. RBI double. Stanton. Bogusevic tried for the catch with 2 outs. It just got by, and Stanton gets his 4th RBI with his 2nd double of the year.
Now, certainly with 2 outs, that's a play you're going to be aggressive on. You're not going to lay back and play it on a bounce and let that run score. little bit of a late break perhaps, but you're playing so deep with Stanton. He has such good power to all fields. But when it first left the bat, I thought that was going to be a relatively easy out.
Astros came in here early to work out, but anytime a player moves into a new park like this, sometimes there can be difficulties picking up the ball off the bat. Maybe not. Or bogey that time.
Well, the height of that ball too. That's one we see getting the lights in a lot of ballparks.
Good point.
No, it might just cost you, a step or so in your break.
It looked like that happened.
Yeah,
just a little bit slow at the beginning.
Yeah.
Yep. Infante leads the league in extra base hits with 7. He's really helped the Marlins offensively, and he leads the league in total bases with 23, batting in the number 5 spot, hitting .360. He shoots that one to right center field. And that's going to make it 2-1 Marlins. RBI single for Infante, scoring Stanton. 5th run batted in for Infante.
Marlins played last night in Philadelphia. They got shut down by Joe Blanton, the game in which the Phillies beat them 3-1. Offense has really been struggling, but off to a good start here. That's a little bit of a lazy slider, and Infante able to exploit that. Eduardo Perez, the hitting coach of the Marlins, has to appreciate the approach of his hitters so far, middle or other way. All 3 base hits in this inning.
They have struggled. Chris Coughlin is 1 for 10 with 1 RBI. Rookie of the year in 09. Strike on the corner. The Marlins have scored 22 runs in 7 games coming into this one tonight, while hitting .223 as a team. They lost their opener here to the Cardinals 4-1. Kyle Loesch pitching a beauty for the Redbirds. Kind of a weird schedule for them. They had played a couple of exhibition games here against the Yankees, and then they had that official opener against the Cardinals. Just a 1-game series, then they went on the road. They were 2-4 on their road trip. This is the first of a 6-game homestand for them. They'll entertain the Cubs after the Astros leave. Just off the inside edge. 1-2.
Lucas did a nice job in that start against the Rockies of coming hard in on left-handed hitters, and a lot of times it was after he'd gone soft away and he was able to lock them up and get called third strikes on a couple of occasions with inside fastballs to left-handed hitters. He's shown a willingness and an ability to pitch inside to both right and left-handed hitters. Not everybody does that well.
Well, that's for sure.
Now, and again, that's one start we're talking about, but it was impressive.
72 degrees inside. What a different feel for this franchise. With all the rain that JD talked about, the Marlins and their opponents used to have to deal with. It did rain this afternoon, and the estimates are, at least what we're reading, JD, they estimate that this roof will be open for only about 10 home games all year. This is described as a pretty big park. It plays fair. We're being told with the roof closed, it plays tough on the hitters when it's open. Roll to first base for Carlos Lee. And Coughlin is tagged for the 3rd out. But the Marlins grab the lead with 2 runs, 3 hits, and a man stranded. It's 2-1 Miami after 1.
Just a reminder, as you enjoy a cold one, look forward to Miller time later in tonight's game, brought to you by Miller Lite.
Marlins lead at 2-1. 29-year-old Ricky Nolasco of Corona, California on the mound to begin his second inning, and it's Brian Bogusevic to lead it off for Houston.
First pitch change up there from Nolasco. Maybe he's going to alter his approach a little bit.
Maybe so.
Be as aggressive with that first pitch heater.
Bogey cranks one foul.
Nice play.
Stadium holds about 37,000. It's in the Little Havana section of downtown Miami, right on the spot where the Orange Bowl used to be. It was torn down. Bogey gets another inside offering, fouls it for a 1-2 count. Brian at 118 with a homer, 2 runs batted in.
Florida Marlins became the Miami Marlins, but years ago there was a Miami Marlins minor league team here for a long time. I think their ballpark was right around here.
Yeah, I believe you're right. Bogusevic strikes out on a curveball. Strikeout number 1 for Nolasco. Jim Crane came here for this game tonight. Here's that curve.
Yeah, he likes that spike curveball as a put-away pitch. Typically won't throw it a lot early in the count, but if he gets you 0-2, 1-2, he'll break it out.
Now another Florida native, Chris Johnson of Naples, Florida. He went to Stetson University. Stands in with a 5-game hitting streak. Strike to a .333 hitter with 1 RBI. Chris has 3 doubles in the early going. Nolasco is 5-1 against Houston with a 4.47 ERA for his career. 1-1. His last 3 starts against the Astros, he's completed 2 of them. He went 8 innings in the other, and it adds up to a 3-0 record and a 1.73 ERA in those last 3. He's closing in on the career record for Marlins wins. Dontrell Willis has it. 1-2. Right now he's second in starts, wins, innings pitched in Marlins history, and first in strikeouts. He's drafted by the Cubs in 01. The Marlins got him in a trade in 05. 2 balls, 2 strikes for Chris Johnson. He has not walked yet this season. Chris 3 for 7 in his career against this right-hander. Tomorrow night it's Bud Norris and Carlos Zambrano. Fly ball right center field. Bonifacio goes for it. Stanton is there. Stanton has it. 2 outs.
Yeah, fly ball like that, typically the center fielder has priority. If I'm Bonifacio and the big fella wants to catch it, by all means.
Yeah.
And it's slicing a little bit back towards Stanton. They're both calling, and at the last, Bonifacio hears the big fella and wisely yields.
Just had a thought, JD. One thought would be that Stanton should have a yield sign on him. But the other thought is these guys probably aren't used to noise in the outfield in their home ballpark. Jason Castro with a bid for his first hit of the year. Diving stop, but Reyes can't prevent it. And Castro, who started 0 for 11, hits one sharply up the middle, and he's on the board.
Just don't ask Ozzie Guillen his opinion.
That's the other Castro.
An infield hit, but nothing cheap about it. Solid shot right back up the middle. Nice job by Reyes tracking it down. But you're not going to throw out a man who's going for his first hit of the year. He's going to find a little something extra going down that line.
Yeah, fortunately catchers have a little bit quicker legs this time of the year than they will in August. Jose Altuve at .368 off to an excellent start. 7 for 19, 435 on base average.
If he continues to hit like he's hit so far, he will not spend a whole lot of time in this 8th spot in the lineup. The ability to draw some walks now to go along with that high batting average. If he's able to sustain anything close to this, you want that high on base up near the top of the order.
Well, Brad Mills has watched him reach base in all 5 of his games this year. He's been on base in 10 of 23 plate appearances. 3 walks. He had 5 walks in 2 months with the Astros last year. 1 ball, 1 strike. Lucas Harrell's on deck.
Yeah, it's not the coolest thing to say. What'd you work on this winter? Oh, walking. On my walking. It could pay off big time. Did you see the chair in the dugout before the game?
No.
There's a little plastic kid's chair, about a foot tall in the dugout. And somebody taking a piece of tape in Altuve and stuck it in there.
He's got to be used to that by now.
Yeah. Magalani treatment. Sorry, Matt, if you're watching.
There's a smash, and it's caught on a line. Jose Reyes moving to his left for the 3rd out. No runs a hit. A well hit ball ends it for the Astros in the 2nd. Miami 2, Houston 1.
It's a good time for the AT&T Trivia Question du jour. As you know, this franchise it's got a lot of connection with the Astros, but it goes back to the early days when the Marlins were young. And let's start with the question. The question very simply is, since the birth in '93, the Marlins have had 10 full-time managers. Name at least 5 of them.
Oh. Good question. We'll get to that.
I'll have to check these off when you get them.
Gabby Sanchez leads it off. Jack McKeon. Ozzie Guillen. Joey Cora. No, that won't count.
No.
Sanchez,
can't count him.
3 for 24.
Yeah, he can.
Freddie Gonzalez.
Renee Latchman.
John Bowles.
Oh, yeah.
Well, you have done 5, so I'll give you the bell.
Thank you.
If you want the rest of them, you can keep trying.
Well, let's see if we can get any more. That's out number 1, out to J.D. Martinez. Let's see, J.D., you recall anybody else?
Manager, my cutoff was 100 games or more.
Oh, okay.
So some of them might have come in.
Tony Perez take over for a while here?
Who's that?
Tony Perez?
That is correct.
Yes. In fact, he was down around the batting cage along with his son Eduardo, who's now the hitting coach of the Marlins. It's John Buck, former Astro farmhand, taking strike one. When they signed John Buck as a free agent prior to last season, Marlins management led on to him that they would be doing more of that, and sure enough, they paid some big dollars for those free agents they acquired this past winter. 1 ball, 1 strike. Can't remember any more managers.
Carlos Tosca didn't manage here, did he?
No, I didn't hear if you said Edwin Rodriguez. Did you say him right off the top?
No.
Oh, we forgot about him.
No, we forgot him.
And you had Girardi, right?
No, didn't have Girardi.
Okay.
Smash through the left side. John Buck is on with hit number 4.
Well, there's only one more, and you may have had him. It's Jim Leyland. That's the other.
Oh, of course, yeah.
Sure.
All right, well, there's the answer. Since their birth in '93, the Marlins have had 10 full-time managers. Name at least 5. Well, there are 5. Guillen Gonzalez, Girardi, Torborg, and Perez. Sure. But the others that we did mention count as well. Those weren't the only 5 you had to name.
Leyland and McKeon won World Series here.
Yes. You did good. You're still 1,000.
It's been a really interesting franchise to follow. Nolasco batting now and around to bunt. Chris Johnson moving in. Pushes the bunt back between first and the mound. Here's a throw to second by Harrell, and he gets the lead runner. John Buck gunned down. A very good play by Harrell to Jed Lowry from 1 to 6.
Good athletic play there by Lucas Harrell. Jason Castro, I'm guessing, I thought I heard somebody screaming 2-2-2. That would be Castro's job. He's got the play in front of him. Because you can't really make that play as a pitcher by picking the ball up, looking, analyzing, and then make the throw. You just got to you got to hear from your catcher to go to second base and just go.
Reyes on that one in the dirt. Watches ball 1 come in. Blocked nicely by Castro.
A lot of times it's worth taking a shot at second base on a play like that, because even if you don't get the lead runner, you still have time for the middle infielder to make the throw across the first to get the pitcher going down the line.
Reyes, 29 years old, signed a 6-year, $106 million deal in December after winning the batting championship at .337 for the Mets last year. 2 balls, no strikes. He's from the Dominican. An exciting player. 3-time All-Star. Actually 4-time All-Star now. And the only real question about him is, will he stay healthy? He's been dogged by some injuries, especially hamstring type of injuries. And for a speedster, that's a concern. He takes a 4-pitch walk. Bringing up Bonifacio. First walk of the season for Harrell. Harrell, in his win over the Rockies, became the first Astro pitcher to go at least 7 innings without allowing a run or a walk in his season debut since Bob Knepper threw a complete game shutout for you guys, JD, against the Giants, April 10th, 1986 in the Astrodome.
I remember it well. Knepp was masterful that night.
Bonifacio struck out in the first.
Oh, when Knepp was on his game, boy, he could make it look easy.
He could have those hitters tied in knots. And he just almost looked like he wasn't even breaking a sweat. He could spin up that slow curveball, and he had a good sinker working, and he just, you know, with that kind of slow windup of his, JD, he made it look very simple.
Yeah. Kind of like Levon Hernandez a few years back when Levon had a little bit more on the ball, a little more giddy up. Or a guy like Mark Burley that's here with the Fish now.
Right there for a strike. That makes it 1-1 to Bonifacio, who's 26 years old. He's from the Dominican. Good player who hit .296 last year and had 40 stolen bases. So with Reyes and Bonifacio in the top 2 in the lineup, Marlins could really steal a lot of bases from those spots this year. And that might put them in good stead, particularly the way this ballpark could play. It could play very difficult for home run hitters.
Well, not only here, but you think about their division. Philly's a good hitter's park, but Citi Field is huge. Washington, Ballpark there is huge.
Good point. 418 here.
Atlanta's big park.
And speed will play well. And in the game in general, Major League Baseball trending back toward more speed the last few years. Pitching has been so tough. Well, there's talk now, of course. Let's talk about a lot of things here, 6 or 7 games into the season, but some of the people who observe the NL East think that maybe a couple wild card teams could come from this division. I'm sure the people in the Western Division are saying the same thing.
Well, yeah, without seeing all these clubs yet and knowing exactly who's got what, it seems to me like the NL East is the deepest of the 3 divisions in the National League.
And I think with good reason, because of the acquisition the Marlins have made. Acquisitions, they were 72 and 90 last year, so they could be quite a bit improved. And also Washington.
Yeah, those are kind of the 2 wild cards. And Atlanta, Atlanta was a really good team for 5 months last year and then cratered. And so we're not sure exactly what they're going to be this year.
Liner to right field, in for a hit. Nolasco stopping at third. Well, that forced play at second is looking pretty big right now with a pitcher running. The Marlins could not score him on that single to right field. Now Ramirez comes up.
Probably what Nolasco is saying there to first base coach Thurman. Can we score him on that? I need to get an RBI there, don't I? Well, that's a pitcher running. You didn't expect him to score on this. He hooked that changeup. Changeup was a good pitch for Lucas last time out. That one just stayed on the plate, didn't fade away quite as much as he probably would have liked. The first real critical confrontation in this ball game. Still very early, but Hanley Ramirez up with the bases juiced.
Bonifacio continues to reach base at a good clip, and it's Ramirez who grounded to third. Ramirez, a .380 career hitter against Houston coming into this game. Good pitch that throws him off stride. Strike one.
Big aggressive swing. I watched a little bit of their first game against the Cardinals, and Hanley, they haven't shot off their deal out there yet because nobody's gone deep. And he was swinging for the downs every swing.
This one gets by, and Nolasco's coming to the plate as it hits the screen, and the Marlins lead 3-1. Wild pitch. Nolasco scoring. Everybody moving up a base.
Breaking ball in the dirt. Jason just not able to get out there and square up his body to block it. That's a tough one. There are some wild pitches when base runners advance. You put the onus on the catcher, even though it's ruled a wild pitch, not a pass ball. But that one, a very, very difficult chance for Castro back there.
Broken bat, hit weakly. Lowry with a good throw right on target to end it. But the Marlins add to their lead in the second inning. They come up with a run on 2 hits and strand 2. They lead it 3-1. Top of the third inning coming. Astros owner Jim Crane, who has a business not far from here, took the opportunity to come up, take in the first game of the road trip, and also check out this wonderful new ballpark. And Greg Lucas chatted with him on Astros Live pregame show before the game tonight. He does make the rounds. He wants to know everything he can about this new ballpark, how it works, the food,
the signage.
Signage.
Find some new sponsors.
Sure.
What would be the? It's got to be like a signature food here at this ballpark, right?
Yeah, we'll have to ask around.
Rice and beans.
Could be it.
Probably some good fish tacos, maybe.
We'll have to try it. Ball one to Lucas Harrell. The esteemed columnist Richard Justice was recommending we hit the stands for a meal while we're here. Lucas got a bunt hit in his first game.
I think it would be a great feature if you could yank your own lobster out of the tank down there.
Yeah.
Down in those high dollar seats, you know, just pull a lobster out of the fish tank. Say, steam this up for me.
As long as they had a doctor close by in case you botched the operation. Blaine McAllister, the U of H golfer, is here. This is Jim Crane's group tonight. He was in the Astros clubhouse. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Blaine McAllister wearing his Astros gear.
I'm guessing he and Jim got a round in somewhere today.
Fly ball goes out to Bonifacio in center field. Blaine's living in Jacksonville, he said. 1 down. Nolasco gave up that first inning run, then allowed a 2-out hit to Castro in the second inning. Now settling down a bit, it would appear, and it's Schaefer coming up next. He drew that leadoff walk, stole a base, and scored on the Lowry single. The Astros 3-3 for their first 6 games. First time they've been at 500 or better since the 06 season for just 6 games. They were 4-2 through the first 6 games in 06. Ball 1 to Schaefer. The Astros have hit .275 as a team in those first 6. Third best batting average in the majors right now. Rolled, and there's a diving play by Gabby Sanchez to Nolasco. 2 outs.
Sanchez very good defensively. He hasn't gotten it going with the bat yet. He will. He's a good solid player. So he's in because of Schaefer's speed. He has to respect the bunt, but quick reaction to his right foot race. Nolasco, who broke as soon as that ball was on the ground to the right side, just like they preached to you and you practiced 47,000 times in spring training. Nobody else could think of anything better to do with the pitchers.
Jed Lowry comes up. Strike 1 to Jed, a Stanford product. Jed turns 28 in 4 more days. Drafted as a supplemental pick by the Red Sox in 05. No balls, 2 strikes. He was born in Salem, Oregon. First hit the big leagues with the Red Sox in 08. He's been dogged by injuries. Nolasco gets a strikeout, his second. He retires the side quickly in the 3rd inning to keep the Marlins ahead 3-1.
3-1. Astro fans, want to remind you about something. Chevy is proud to present a new show called Chevy Hometown Kids. Now, it's not about the score, it's about the experience. So tune in each Saturday at 10 a.m. right here on Fox Sports Houston, or visit hometownkids.tv for more information. Those are Hometown Kids if you live in Miami.
It's 3-1. Giancarlo Stanton, who drove in the first Marlin run with a double to right center, takes strike one from Lucas Harrell. Now the fans have to get used to coming to the stadium in a whole different location than the one they've attended. Oh, what a shot and a play by Altuve. Quick glove of Altuve. He plucked that ball out of almost right field as it was headed past him and robbed Stanton.
Yeah, you know, and if you keep a scorecard, you write in your scorebook 4-3, right? 4-3, 1 out, and it just doesn't do that play justice. There's a lot more going on there than a standard 4-3 put out. That ball was scalded, and the little man, lightning quick.
He was quick. He had very little reaction time. The way that ball was crushed. Infante singled in a run with a hit to right center. Line off the glove of Chris Johnson, and now here's Lowry hustling to try to hold him to a single, and he does, realizing that that was a long play for the left fielder JD Martinez to make from where he started. So Lowry got right after it, and Infante gets a single.
Infante not a real burner, but he runs okay. And nice job here by Lowry, staying with the play. Keeps the double play in order. Lucas Harrell got a lot of ground balls last game.
Love to get one here on Chris Coghlan. Coghlan grounded out earlier to Carlos Lee. 13 ground ball outs of the 21 outs he got were hit on the ground against Lucas Harrell. There's strike one to Coghlan.
Well, that's the key to pitching, right? Throw that first pitch strike, and then you get the hitter to offer at your pitch. Get the jump and then expand. We'll sink piece down and away.
Here's Lowry's hustle.
You see him react as soon as that ball goes off of CJ's glove.
Fonte was just waiting for an opportunity to stretch that, and he didn't get one. He's going. A little chop. Chris Johnson covers it to his left. Now play at third if they can get somebody there, but they can't. It gets by Harrell from Carlos Lee, and the run will score. Infante scores. He was breaking on the pitch, and then the way the play developed, it looked like it would be a problem for the Astros to get somebody to third, because Lowry and Chris Johnson were not able to get there, and so Lucas Harrell tried to cover it. Lee tried to hit him on the run and threw it away.
Yeah, just you know, it looked like Carlos didn't want to throw the ball. Like he was waiting. They said, well, maybe I'll take a shot, and then made the errant throw. Watch, nobody's there, and he's trying to time it like a quarterback trying to lead Harrell or give him a little time to get into position to make the play, and he should have just ate it. You see Lowry reacting, but he's so far across the diamond, he's not going to get there in time.
Yep. Now Gabby Sanchez. 4-1 Marlins, and it's strike one.
Hit and run play here by the Marlins. Because of all the ground balls that Harrell got, it makes sense to start a base runner instead of double play. They do that, and then they get the bonus with the bad decision there by Carlos.
Up the middle, Harrell can't stop it. It's a hit into center by Sanchez.
Marlin team has not been hitting, but they have a very good lineup. They should not have a problem scoring runs this year.
Five pitches for Harrell. 31 have been strikes. Doug Roquel watching as he faces John Buck next. Buck singled to center field in the second inning. Astros traded him in that multiplayer deal, the Carlos Beltran deal, to Kansas City. Buck takes a ball, 1-0. John, 30 years old now. The Astros drafted him in the 7th round in '98 from Kemmerer, Wyoming. He went to Toronto in 2010. He hit 20 homers for them. That's a good pitch with movement to the outside corner to make it 1-1. Last year, Buck's first year with Florida, he hit only .227. 16 homers and 466 at bats.
Good try. Maybe time for Lucas to start working in more breaking balls and maybe not being quite as aggressive with his fastball.
He's pitching with an extra day of rest. An off day for the Astros yesterday. Sometimes yeah, that was good. Sometimes sinker ball guys don't like that extra day of rest, JD. They want their arm a little tired. 2-2 to Buck with a pitcher Nolasco on deck. Now a full count. This ballpark cost $515 million. Retractable roof closes in 13 minutes. Sanchez will be going on the 3-2 pitch with 2 outs. In the dirt for ball 4. Now 2 men on for the pitcher Nolasco. Marlins have managed to draw 2 million fans only twice in their history. In their first year in '93 and in '97 when they won their first World Series. They're certainly hoping that the trend has changed with this ballpark. When they won their second title in 2003, they drew only 1.3 million. Second lowest total that year in the National League. And they finished last in the league the last 6 years in attendance.
It was like playing in a swamp over there.
True. Strike to Nolasco. Reached on a force play, came around to score. Well, this also energizes the downtown Miami area. 1-1. Isn't the arena the Miami Heat uses close to this?
You know, if Miami geography were a Jeopardy question, I would avoid it at all costs. I never have any clue where I am when we're here. I know there's the pool, there's the beach.
Yeah, we're close to the water.
Yeah, we're close to Biscayne Bay here.
Yeah. 1-2. The Heat arena is not far from here. Downtown Miami. Harrell trying to get out of this third inning now with the Astros down by 3. They've been out hit 7-2.
And don't get careless here just because you have the pitcher up. You don't want to give up a cheap run. He didn't. He tried to hit the corner with that 1-2 fastball. Now at 2-2, he's got to be a little bit more willing to challenge the strike zone. You don't want to go 3-2 and end up walking the opposing pitcher. Good low heater down and away. There you go. Good try. Nolasco swings it pretty well.
Nolasco with 17 career runs batted in and 1 homer. Tomorrow night, Bud Norris, Carlos Zambrano duel. Astros Live comes your way at 5:30. And Sunday, Astros Live is on the air at 11:30. The matchup of lefty J. Happ and right-hander Anibal Sanchez. Way up the ball 3, and it's a full count. Now the runners will go.
Astros catch a break in that they don't see Josh Johnson, nor do they see Mark Burley this weekend.
Yeah, they do catch a break on that. Flick foul.
Moscow putting up a pretty good fight here. They're working a lot harder tonight than he did in that first start. That first start, he faced 23 batters through 7 innings. Moscow, the 18th man he's faced here already here in the 3rd inning. A lot of traffic, a lot of work from the stretch.
Yes, it has been. Runners going, and he gets a strikeout, but had to expend a lot of energy to get through the 3rd with the Marlins getting a run on 2 hits with an error, leaving 2. They're up 4-1.
Middle of the order coming, but down by 3 as we go to the top of the 4th. You know, don't miss the best fireworks display in baseball, because every Flashback Friday home game this season will cap off with retro-themed Friday night fireworks, courtesy of Marathon Oil Corporation. Root now and get your tickets for next Friday at Astros.com. One person asked me, what is a retro-themed firework? Well, it means the music will tie in with the era that they put the show on. That's what
right.
It basically is.
Yep.
It'll be 70s. This Friday, I'm guessing, right? 60s last time.
Yeah, I think it's a combination of 60s and 70s.
Yeah, maybe a little disco.
Okay. Ball 1 to J.D. Martinez, who bounced into a double play in the 1st inning.
Do something big for the fans, J.D. Probably a couple hundred family and friends here tonight cheering for him.
Well, he was asked about hitting a home run in this ballpark. He said, yeah, that'd be a nice memory to have, especially if he's the first player to hit one in this park. 2-0. Lee and Bogusevic to follow.
Hitters count.
Ground ball hit will do. And a 7-game hitting streak for J.D. Martinez.
Locked and loaded, and he delivers a good solid single to left field. He has been finding himself in favorable counts quite often. We talk about on base percentage drawing walks, but it's not just that. If you're discerning early and you lay off borderline pitches, lay off balls out of the zone, you're up there 2-0, 3-1 quite a bit.
Ball 1 to Carlos Lee, who flied to right earlier.
And you can sit on something. That was my MO, Brownie. That was my strategy. That's how I was able to turn myself into a lifetime 079 hitter.
079?
Something like that.
You waited a long time. You waited on the ball a long time, JD.
Well, my theory was don't swing until you have to. You're not likely to do anything good with it. They've updated the fish here. The Marlins got a new look too.
Isn't he? His fin is more colorful this year.
His beak is colorful too.
Okay.
The fish have a beak? What would you call that?
I'm not sure.
It's not a nose.
No. Not a nose. It's not a proboscis.
It's Billy the Marlin, correct? Is that
Yes,
his name?
Billy the Marlin, unless they've changed that. Now, supposedly, when a Marlin hits a homer, those Marlins just they dance all around that. Water comes out of there, we're told. High at that point.
And a lot of times in the bigger ballparks, they'll give you a short porch in one of the corners, or make a certain feature where it's a little more reachable. I don't see that here. I don't know. I can't see the numbers down the right field line, but it's 344 down the left field line. 418 straightaway center, 392 in the alley in the right center.
Bogusevic struck out earlier. Looks at ball one. Well, next Friday night, as Greg was telling us a few minutes ago, the Astros are back home. Friday night fireworks, retro uniforms, flash. Foul. JD took off. The count is 1-1.
Previously, Martinez is a base stealer, but I think when sometimes you have a struggling hitter and you think like maybe he's overthinking it, you play a little hit and run and just force him to swing the bat.
He takes, and it's a full count now. Matt Cain of the Giants dialed it up today. He beat the Pirates 5-0 on a one-hitter, and he had no walks and 11 strikeouts.
And the only hit he allowed, the opposing pitcher, James McDonald. That was the home opener for the Giants.
Aubrey Huff hit a homer, his first.
That close to perfection.
Oh, boy. Throw to first. JD back. Well, the Giants have not won as frequently as Bruce Bochy would have liked. They are 3-4. Tim Lincecum's been pounded a couple of times.
Sure has, yeah. But, you know, it seems like every year he goes through a little run, a 3 or 4 start stretch where he gets knocked around a little bit.
True. Runner going, and it's ball 4. So now the Astros get something working, and Chris Johnson comes up.
Well, good job there by Bogusevic, because when you're not hitting, the tendency is to try to hit your way out of it, to swing and offer it anything close. Also, a lot of guys will get a little jumpy in that 3-2 situation when they know the guy's on the move. Bogusevic showed a good patient eye there and worked the walk.
Well, the Astros are 7th in the majors in on-base average. It's been a nice trend for them with the walks and the hits, and now Chris Johnson, who hit the fly ball to right, would love to advance these guys. Hit here would really go a long way. Castro on deck. In the air and foul, out of play. Strike 1 to Johnson. Derek Lowe won his second for Cleveland. 8-3 at Kansas City. Cubs beat the Cardinals in St. Louis 9-5 in the Redbirds home opener. Jeff Samardzija 2-0, beating Adam Wainwright. Lance Berkman's hurt right now, calf injury.
They jumped on Wainwright early.
To left field, Coughlin backing at the warning track. Big ballpark. 2 outs.
That ball and Carlos's 2 balls that home runs, would have been home runs in a lot of ballparks, including Minute Maid. A couple of good swings, but a couple hang with them.
Well, that sounded good coming off the bat. Coughlin back for the second out. Now it's Castro. He got the hit up the middle in the second inning. Altuve on deck. Ball 1 to Castro.
Good at bats so far for all the Astros in this inning. 2 deep drives for outs. The Martinez single, the Bogusevic walk.
Castro hit .364 in spring training to lead the club. 2-0. Shown signs of patience, even though he didn't have a hit this season until earlier tonight. He has taken pitches and gotten ahead in the count quite often. He's walked 3 times.
Yeah, his minor league numbers indicate a guy who's pretty patient, do a fair number of walks.
Castro, a shot into right center field will score Martinez. And now headed for third. Bogusevic gets a stop sign there. RBI single. That was a laser shot from Castro to make it 4-2. Martinez is delivered with the 2-out single.
Well, Jason filling in all the categories tonight. Got his first hit. Now it's his first RBI. Just need the long ball now. Again, 2-0. The whole key there is it's so important to get the count in your favor. 2-0, sitting on a fastball, got one to his liking and put a good swing on it.
Oh, didn't he? That was a screamer. Down to Lasco meeting at the mound. Randy St. Clair, the pitching coach, out. Castro keeps the inning going for Altuve. Altuve hit the ball well, lining out to Reyes in the second inning.
That's why hitting coaches yell at umpires when that 1-0 pitch they think is a ball is called a strike. So different the mindset of a hitter pitcher when it's 1-1 versus 2-0.
Yes. Lucas Harrell on deck with Altuve batting with runners at the corners.
If you're watching the game and you think, well, it's just one, you still got 2 more strikes to play with, but just look at the numbers, what guys hit on 2-0 and what they hit on a 1-1.
Yeah.
Vast difference.
Strike to Altuve. White Sox beat Detroit 5-2 behind Jake Peavy today. Josh Beckett in Boston down Tampa Bay 12-2. That's a relief for Red Sox fans. One and one. So brand new ballpark here, but Fenway is 100 years old.
Luke Scott called it a dump.
Did he?
Yeah, there was a story. I mean, that's one of those context things. He said a lot of nice things about it as well, talking about the history and the nostalgia. But he said, as a visiting player, to come in here, cramped quarters, like sardines in the clubhouse.
Right.
No indoor cage to speak of. No weight room.
2-1.
The modern player, boy, they're used to all the creature comforts.
You know that.
Even on the road now. It used to be the home clubhouses were nice, and the visiting clubhouses were just a place to hang up your clothes and get out of the way. But now most of the visiting clubhouses are rather country clubbish.
Dodger Stadium is 50 years old. Altuve went for it. He tried to check, but that's a big call because it's 2-2 instead of 3-1 now.
Yeah, we know Nolasco with the pitcher on deck is just going to be a little extra careful here. Even though Altuve's not a big power threat, he's a good hitter. And Altuve's thinking, well, I got the pitcher on deck and a man on third base. I'm going to be willing to expand my zone to try to get something done.
It back. Altuve hit .276 for the Astros last season. An energetic young guy. His first major league homer was an inside the park leadoff homer. Astros minor league player of the year. Sevic back to third. Castro back to first base as Nolasco gets ready for this 2-2 pitch. That one goes foul. It'll be interesting to see, JD. Maybe in our idle time tomorrow. Probably not. Number of pitches thrown by Astros opponents. And it's only 6 games so far. This is number 7. It just seems like the Astros are seeing a lot more pitches this year than they did last year.
We can look that up. You can get online and find out average pitches per plate appearance.
Right. Down to shortstop for Reyes. On to Infante for the force play on Castro. 1 run scoring on 2 hits. The Astros lead 2. It's 4-2 Miami.
On Fox Sports Houston is brought to you by Jack in the Box. Love bacon? Then try the new BLT cheeseburger combo right now. Jack in the Box for just $4.99 plus tax. The all-new Mazda CX-5 with 35 highway miles per gallon. And by AT&T, rethink possible. Now back up to the booth, Bill Brown and Jim Deshaies.
The dogs are turning, Greg. They are turning on the grill.
Well, my left dog is turning. The one that I caught the foul ball on. There's a mark on my shoe, and I can feel it.
I didn't know you handled the ground ball out there.
That was that one when Johnson was up and he slashed it over past the dugout. That was me.
Sorry about that. Reyes, the batter, he's been on both times. There's ball one. Well, then, between innings, take it to the umpire and show him the mark on your shoe to certify that you were hit by the ball.
I'll tell you what, this would work. This is obvious.
Reyes has singled, stolen the base and scored, and he's walked. Harrell falls behind him. 2 balls, no strikes.
I don't know. That'd be kind of hard. Well, let me see. Maybe I can move.
This is the 46th game the Astros have
Let me
played.
see if I can show see that little smudgy thing up near the right here. It's little less shiny.
Okay.
That's it.
All right, we'll take your word for it on that.
That's it. I saw it.
Shiny shoes, man. So, Brownie, you were asking me about pitches per plate appearance.
Oh.
We don't have to waste away our time tomorrow. I've got it for you.
Wow.
Did some ciphering here.
That's a record.
Last year, the Astros were 28th among the 30 major league clubs, averaging 3.73 pitches per plate appearance. I'm sorry to bore you folks at home with this stuff, but there's probably some people that are interested.
Yeah.
We are, and we have the microphone, so we get to talk about it. This year, they're averaging 3.81 pitches per plate appearance. It doesn't sound significantly different, but that's the 19th best mark in Major League Baseball. So they're still not in the upper half, but it's a significant improvement over last year.
Right. Bonifacio, the batter, after the walk to Reyes, and Reyes stole a base. Back in the first inning, he draws attention. Meanwhile, there's David Carpenter warming up for the Astros. Reyes had 39 steals last year. For his career, he's been successful 80% of the time. 373 career steals.
Harold due to lead off the top half of the 5th inning, so Brad Mills would love to see him get through this. But a fat part of the batting order coming up here, and he may be compelled to make a change.
Now 2-0 to Bonifacio. Astros fans are voting on the 50th anniversary 25-man roster in an online vote. And we have close contests right now at 2 positions. The 3rd outfielder on the team, very close between Jimmy Wynn and Jose Cruz. And at 3rd base, very close between Ken Caminetti and Doug Rader. And the fans can cast their ballots throughout this month.
So Berkman and Cedeno, I guess, are 1 and 2 in the outfield voting.
We don't have that, but that would be the guess.
Assume that, right?
Yeah, that'd be the
Cheo
assumption.
and Jimmy Wynn are battling for 3. I think they should put all of them on there. Just make it 3 and 3B.
Okay. All deserving, aren't they?
Yeah.
3-1. That's a tough vote.
Yeah, I mean, we have this conversation a lot over the years. Who's your your best player at each position for the Astros? That third base position is always a tough call between Cammy and Rader.
It's very difficult because they played in different eras, but their numbers are really close. I think they scored exactly the same number of runs for the Astros. Yeah, which is weird, but Rader was a guy who won Gold Gloves. Cammy was one of the more acrobatic third basemen we've seen, and just spectacular defensively.
Yeah, I would have to defer to Derek or somebody who saw them both play a lot. I never really saw Rader play.
Reyes was running its ball 4. I asked Dirk one time, and he didn't really make a declaration, but he said he thought Caminiti was a better athlete. But, you know, Rader had some very good offensive years. And I just think it's difficult to choose between those two.
It really is.
That's 4 walks now, and Brad Mills comes out. 2 men on, 2 very speedy men on, nobody out in the inning. David Carpenter warming up. So now how much more can he get from Lucas Harrell, who's due to lead off the 5th inning? Well, one ground ball could take care of this problem.
Yeah, well, it looked like to me that the confrontation with Bonifacio, and it's hard to crawl inside a guy's head, it just looked like he was a little too precise. And it's kind of ironic because an inning or so ago I said it looks like he's being too aggressive over the plate with his fastball, and he needs to start to try to pick away at the corners a little bit better. But with Bonifacio there, I thought the situation called for, you know, just from a good sinker over the heart of the plate with some downward movement, see if he can get a ground ball once he fell behind, and that could very well be what he was trying to do, just misfiring. Hanley's hit the ball on the ground to the left side twice tonight, once to third, once to short.
Sounds like a plan. Try to get him to roll over on something. Carpenter and Craig Bjornson, the new bullpen coach, talking there. Astros making this road ballpark debut. They're 13-32 when they debut in a new road ballpark down through the years. So the fans are voting for those Astros position players. You see the numbers on Harrell. In May, they'll vote for utility players. Select the 5 best position players of all time not in the starting lineup. And then each month there will be voting on different positions. That's a strike. In June you'll vote for starting pitchers and the closer, and in July you'll vote for the 6 greatest pitchers not to make the rotation or closer position and the manager. And so the fans can help put together that 50th anniversary 25-man roster with online voting. Stanton's on deck. Well, that pitch looked pretty good. Apparently a little bit up. What do you think?
Yeah, maybe up, maybe in a little bit, but a good try. A sinking fastball on the knees for strike 1, and then I like trying to get in on his hands a little bit. That's a pitch that quite often will induce that ground ball you're looking for.
Hanley Ramirez, a .306 career hitter. Turn towards second.
Just a miserable year last year for Ramirez. Only played in 92 ball games. Never really got it going.
He had a back problem. Altuve to second, and the throw. Reyes diving back in. Reyes has drawn a lot of attention each time he's been at second base, and he's been on second all 3 times he's been to the plate tonight.
Watch Altuve coming with the bare hand and let Harrell know, I'm coming in. Let's take a shot at him.
Reyes stretching his lead a little bit toward third.
Because middle infielder is always, with a guy like Reyes out there at second base, is always jockeying, trying to tighten him up a little bit. So you'll flash the hand like that to let the pitcher know you're going all the way to the bag. If you want to come on, or step off. Don't hang me out to dry and make a pitch while I'm racing to second base.
Double steal a possibility here with Reyes and Bonifacio. It's 2-2. Well, these two guys, the way they played so far, Reyes and Bonifacio, really capable of setting the table for the 3, 4, 5 hitters in this Marlins lineup. They haven't really gotten it going yet. Bonifacio has, but they could stir up a ton of trouble for pitchers.
Logan Morrison, a good hitter. He's on the bench tonight. He's got knee issues.
Castro scrambles after it. Now it's a full count.
Awfully close. Could have gone either way.
Big pitch coming for Harrell. And it's grounded foul. Only game number 2 as far as the National League games that count for the Marlins in this ballpark. And we overheard some of the security folks talking about parking issues and what have you before this game tonight. That's normal. By the time they get this homestand finished, they should feel pretty good about handling a brand new ballpark. Again, a pickoff at second. If you play the way Reyes does, you're going to draw a lot of attention on the bases. You're going to be diving back in a lot.
Again, you just don't want to get too focused on the base runner. You've got a very dangerous hitter up there in a full count.
Outside the right field line, back into the seats. Still 3-2 as Ramirez puts up a battle here.
Ramirez a little bit behind that fastball because of the earlier breaking pitches. Pitch he would normally handle, but he was late.
Of course, for the Marlins this season. Johnson tough in between hop, gets it to second. Altuve up and safe at first. Difficult play. Chris Johnson picked it well, but the timing not quite quick enough to double up Ramirez. First and third, one out.
Now a tough chance, tricky little hop for CJ to contend with. And a good strong throw to second, but Ramirez runs quite well and he beats the wrap at first base.
Now it's first and third for Stanton. Stanton doubled in a run to right center in the first. Hit a shot, and that was flagged down by Altuve, who threw him out in the third. This guy puts on quite a show during batting practice. Hit 34 homers last year. Ball one to Stanton.
But his name was Mike, though.
That's true. He was Mike then. Yeah. He's Giancarlo now.
Giancarlo has not shown the pop of Mike. No. Lucas Harrell got squeezed a little bit on that one.
Sure does. Lowry to his right, gets it onto Altuve, and then on to Carlos Lee for an inning-ending double play. It is 4-2. It is Miami 4, Houston 2, and Lucas Harrell talking it over with Jason Castro. Is leaving now for a pinch hitter after 4 innings of work, but he got a big double play ball to keep the deficit at 4-2. Justin Maxwell is the pinch hitter for Harrell. Hit that pinch homer in his Astros debut. There's strike 1 to Maxwell, claimed on waivers from the Yankee organization. He's 1 for 3 with a homer as an Astro, and he was with the Yankees for their exhibition game here on April 1st. Strike 2 to Justin. He drew a pinch walk on Wednesday against the Braves after hitting that pinch homer Monday night against Atlanta in his first plate appearance. He was at AAA all last year for the Yankees. Scranton Wilkes-Barre, so he gets a fresh start, as so many of these Astros do, with a young club. And that's a strikeout for Nolasco. His third. We go to Greg.
Got something new coming in 2012. Astro fans can purchase tickets in the new Power Club sections and score $15 in food, beverage, and retail credit for each ticket. Tickets start at only $29, so root now and get your tickets tonight. You can do it anytime at Astros.com. Guys?
We've been hearing a lot of good things about the food items at Minute Maid Park, especially that green fork section with the salads. Schaefer puts a bunt down third base line. It trickles foul. There's strike 1. He walked, stole a base, and scored in the first, grounded out in the third.
Yeah, and if you're into something a little more decadent, I'd suggest the macaroni and cheese burger.
Yeah, we saw that.
Yeah, and the root beer floats.
Well, we tried those, and they're excellent.
Burger 305 is fairly popular.
We're going to have to sample that before we leave here, JD. That's our mission. Try some of that food down there.
Look out.
In tight, hard to bunt that. 1 ball, 1 strike. Lucas Harrell threw 85 pitches. In 4 innings, he allowed 7 hits, 4 runs, walking 4, fanning 2.
Not as sharp this time as last time. But give the Marlin hitters credit. They had a real nice approach against him tonight.
Foul back by Schaefer.
The fickle game, this baseball, and sometimes one night all those ground balls are hit right at people, and other nights they're finding holes. If the Astros come back and win this, Lucas Harrell certainly will have done his part by getting that double play to end the 4th.
Yes. Of his 85 pitches, 51 were strikes, but he did walk 4. Back-to-back walks, but got the double play ball in the last inning to get out of that jam. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Does this ballpark seem larger to you than Minute Maid Park? Larger footprint, more square footage? Hard to tell.
Yeah. I don't know.
Kind of like
I
an eye
think
test.
we're higher up here. I think that you have a sense that it's bigger.
Yeah. Was that question kind of like being getting the eye exam? Is 1 better than 2? Or
Better
2
1, better 2. Yeah,
and you just don't. Finally, you just don't have an answer anymore. Popped up to left field. This could drop in for a hit. Coughlin out. Reyes flanks it, and into second. Here is Schaefer. Reyes went all the way out in front of Coughlin, had it in his glove, and it popped out. Probably a double for Schaefer, but it looked like it could have been caught.
Yeah, the official score, his determination is should it have been caught, and if he rules that it should have been caught, then it's an error. Pitcher would say, yeah, that's got to be caught.
Well, the official score said that also. E6.
Ultimately, it looked like it should have been Coughlin's ball. It looked like he would have been able to make a play on that.
True.
A lot easier for him coming in.
Well, that's an opening for the Astros, and Jet Lowry, he drove in the first run with a single in the first inning. He struck out in the third. And the Marlins have now made 5 errors this season. They have not allowed an unearned run. takes it. That's ball 1 to Jed. Very exciting time for a guy like Jed Lowrie. It was a disappointing year for the Red Sox, the way they finished, and he was hurt some of the time. Now he settles in with a brand new club in a different league. Chance to make quite an impact on this team.
He did a great job his first at bat pulling that ball and was rewarded with the base hit and an RBI. Similar situation here with a man on second, nobody out. He's in a hitter's count.
Back in 2010, he hit .287 with 9 homers for the Red Sox and 171 at bats. Fouled away. Had some left wrist injuries last year, and he feels that just being healthy again will enable him to hit better from this left side of the plate, because the right side was quite a bit stronger for this switch hitter. Two-one to Jed Lowrie. And he's seen a few pitches tonight. 3 balls and a strike. Hit a 2-2 pitch for his single the first time up. Martinez is on deck. Velasco shooting hit for his second win in as many starts. Gave up 6 hits in 8 innings in his debut at Cincinnati Saturday. Lowrie takes a strike. He's headed for first.
Didn't have to be.
Well, we'll have to see where that one was. It might have just clipped the outside corner. Not really.
Off the edge.
Full count to Lowrie. And that's ball 4. So now Lowrie and Schaefer are the base runners. Martinez the batter, and the Astros have something working here, trailing 4-2 in the 5th.
Pretty good AB there. Eh? After having that pitch called a strike that was clearly off the outside edge, you would think a hitter might be overly aggressive, but Lowrie keyholing.
Yes, he was.
Laid off, worked his walk.
Hey, we're glad you're with us tonight. It's Houston versus Miami for the first time ever at Marlins Park in Miami. Bill Brown, Jim Deshaies, Greg Lucas, Kevin Eschenfelder back in the studio with Steve Sparks. A lot to talk about tonight. JD Martinez has a single in 2 trips and scored a run.
Can't allow the umpire to influence your strike zone as a hitter. Just because he may have a wide zone, you don't really want to start hacking at everything, and you're just going to end up making weak outs, making weak contact if you're reaching for balls off the plate.
In the air to right center. Bonifacio got a late break coming in, but he's able to get there for the first out. Headed more toward right center, then he regrouped. 2 outs now, and it's Carlos Lee. John Buck out to the hill.
Big situation in the ballgame with a dangerous RBI man striding up there and a couple of men on base. Last time up, Carlos made a bid for extra bases, hit a deep drive to left center field, and Coughlin was able to track down out there. So Buck wants to make sure that he and Velasco are on the same page as to how they want to get after Carlos. There's lefty Mike Dunn getting ready in the fish tank, I guess we could call it, as opposed to the bullpen.
Yeah. Lefty hitting Bogusevic on deck. Up for ball 1. Well, for Carlos, the last 2 Aprils very much subpar. 183 average in one of those in 2010, and 196 in 2011 in the month of April. Runners go. Here's the throw to second on the trailing runner, and it's a double steal. Schaefer took third and Lowry into second on a double steal.
Carlos taking all the way there, so this wasn't a situation where the base runners were going on their own. There was a steal sign given. And Carlos taking the pitch, and now a base hit to tie the ball game.
Carlos looks, ooh, that's called a strike, and it's 2-1. Well, Carlos is hoping that the work he's done on his legs with strength and conditioning coach Gene Coleman and his refined batting stance suggested by hitting coach Mike Barnett will help him continue what he has started this April to a much better performance than the last 2 Aprils. In the air, foul, and back out of play. 2-2 to Carlos. The steal by Schaefer was his second of the night and 5th of the year. Lowry got his first double steal for the Astros in the young season. There's Schaefer. Two and two now to Lee. And it's a full count to Carlos, who is 3 for 18 in his career against Nolasco, including a homer.
A lot of pitches in this ball game. A lot of deep counts. He's usually much more efficient.
Up the middle. Little squibber, barehanded, and Infante gets it. No runs, no hits, 1 error, and 2 men left for the Astros in the top of the 5th inning. 4-2 Miami.
The bottom of the 5th. This Major League Baseball on Fox season, Fox Sports is proud to support Boys and Girls Clubs of America. That's a place where youth can reach their full potential as productive, caring, responsible citizens. To learn more, please visit greatfeatures.org/Fox Sports. Great futures start here. Well, the Astros have a new arm on the mound. Mr. Carpenter. Brownie will tell you about him, Brownie.
Well, you spoke of great futures starting here. Maybe a future closer in the Astros scheme of things. David Carpenter has been in 2 games with a 4.5 ERA for 2 innings. He pitched Monday and Tuesday nights in the Atlanta series with 1 walk and 2 strikeouts. Coming in here with the score 4-2 Miami, with Infante, Coghlan, and Sanchez due up in the Marlins' 5th inning. David has excellent stuff. A converted catcher from the Cardinals system, traded for Pedro Feliz. Infante, the batter, he's 2 for 2 with an RBI.
Jenner, 95.
That was a little South Beach barbecue right there.
Popping that leather.
That's out to left center field. Schaefer. There's a club out in left field, the Clevelander. Is that a club at South Beach?
Somewhere here in Miami, it's a very popular nightclub. Yeah, and this is kind of like a satellite party spot. They got a pool out there.
Okay.
Somewhere there's a pool, dancing girls, the whole 9 yards.
Okay. Chris Coghlan's 0 for 2. A little bit low, apparently. Ball 1. He brought it in very close to the knees. Chris Johnson's on the grass at third. Two balls, no strikes. Marlins lost their first game here 4-1 to St. Louis, and they went on the road where they were 2-4. They are 1-3 against the clubs in the Astros National League Central Division. Ripped into right center field. Schaefer over to play it, and he gets it back in. Very good play to hold Coghlan to a single. Schaefer throws well.
Yeah, he does.
Put that one right on the bag at second. Gabby Sanchez singled in the third.
Jordan's probably got a fair number of folks here this weekend as well. He's a Florida guy.
That's true. Sanchez, a .311 career hitter against Houston. And he could have a good RBI season for these Marlins. Foul back, strike 1. Gabby drove in 78 last year. 85 the year before. He's a Miami guy. He was a catcher at the University of Miami. 4th round pick in 05, and last year he was an all-star. The Mets are batting in the top of the 9th at Philadelphia. They lead the Phillies 4-1. Slider for a strike, and it's 0-2.
The Phillies are having a hard time scoring runs.
They really are. Without the right side of their infield, Ryan Howard is out, Chase Utley is out, but Freddie Galvis hit his first homer. He's been playing second for Utley. Jason Bay and Scott Hairston each with number 1 for the Mets tonight. Mets are 4-2. The Phillies are 3-3. Deep drive to left field. J.D. Martinez running out of room out there, but on that warning track, and there have been about 4 balls caught on that warning track tonight. This ballpark is making the hitters very frustrated. That's out number 2 on a deep drive.
Yeah, dangerous pitch there. Carpenter with that look on his face that says, boy, I got away with one. That was an 0-2 fastball right down the middle. Sanchez with a bid for his first home run of the year, and the fans were dying to see one fly out of here so they can watch that contraption go off out there in left center. Not tonight, not with that swing. Got to get a little more juice on it.
Hit about 382 feet.
The pitchers are going to love pitching here.
This place is going to play about like San Diego. John Buck has a single and a walk. Well, maybe not that spacious. They don't have the marine layer to deal with here. There's strike 1.
Yeah, and this is the hitter friendly situation here with the roof closed and the windows closed. because when the roof is open, the breeze comes in from the ocean and makes it even tougher for the hitters. Unlike Minute Maid, where when the roof's open, the ball tends to carry out.
Little roller goes to Carlos. And in the 5th inning, it's no runs a hit and a man stranded after 5, 4-2 Marlins.
Show. You got a couple of pretty good golf guys with you.
Well, if you can't play baseball anymore, you can still play golf at my age.
You played pretty well, Claude Harmon Jr. and of course Blaine McAllister, former University of Houston golfer, multi-winner on the PGA Tour, and still active with the champions a little bit. Are you going to be playing in Houston?
Yeah, I'm going to be coming and playing the Asperity coming in a couple weeks, and looking forward to getting back to Houston and go Astros. It's great to be an Astro right now.
You got a golf man running the team.
That's what's wonderful, is have a great golfer like Jim having ownership and being close to him. It's fun to be around this game. It's great.
Well, Jim, let's hope there's a rally.
We need a few more runs, but we'll get them. Here we go.
Plenty of holes left. Thanks a lot, guys. Thanks for stopping by. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Greg. That Harmon name's a big one in golf too. Good to see those guys with Jim. And they hope for the go-ahead rally right here. And here you see that Clevelander club.
The heck is going on, Browning?
I'm not sure what that's all about. There is ball one from the relief pitcher, Dunn.
Nobody can just watch a ball game anymore.
Nope. Bogusevic has its lefty on lefty facing Mike Dunn after Ricky Nolasco went 5 innings, allowing 4 hits, 2 runs, walking 3, fanning 3. Bogey's 0 for 1 with a walk. It's 2 balls, no strikes. So Nolasco just seemed to be out of sync and was running a high pitch count out of the game in a position to be 2-0, but the bullpen has to start its work in inning number 6. That's high to left center field. It'll hang, and Bonifacio's over for it. 1 out. Dunn, 26 years old. He's from Farmington, New Mexico. He pitched 72 times last year for the Fish. And he had a good strikeout season last year, JD. 68 strikeouts in 63 innings.
Yeah, he's got a good arm, Browning. They also have Randy Choate, who's a lefty specialist for them. A guy that typically would come in just to get a tough lefty out in a meaningful situation.
Chris Johnson's flied out twice. Taking ball 1. Owner Jeffrey Loria of the Marlins is convinced this is a good baseball city, but that the stadium they played in the last 19 years just Really didn't give them a chance to build their fan base, and this one will. 2-0. It was asking a lot of the fans. They could not bring umbrellas to the old stadium, so they had to wear ponchos and sit there and get drenched many a night. That one almost hits the roof. Wow. Come down in shallow center field, and it's caught by Reyes. Greg?
Let's take a look at this date in Astros history, brought to you by the MD Anderson Cancer Center, making cancer history. The Astros scored 5 in the ninth to down the Reds 8-4. Joe Morgan's bases loaded single and Norm Miller's 3-run homer keyed the rally. For Morgan, it probably led his way to Cincinnati the next year. For Norm, well, we know good old Norm.
Norm was not about to get out of playing in Houston.
No, that was a big hit for Norm.
Just kidding, Norm. Jason Castro has a pair of hits. He hit a laser shot of a line drive for his RBI single in the 4th inning. Joey Cora has selected a good inning for a lefty, Dunn, who throws hard, with 2 lefty hitters, Bogusevic and Castro, batting in this inning.
And Marlins, of course, added Heath Bell to their bullpen during the offseason. One of the more successful closers the last 3 or 4 years.
Hanley Ramirez over into foul territory. Handles the 3rd out. Dunn has a 1-2-3 6th inning. 4-2 Marlins. Here at Marlins Stadium, the Racing Deep Sea Creatures, JD.
Is that what it's called?
I just made that up. I don't know.
I'm not sure what the red one is.
It's a seahorse, isn't it?
The guy next to him, it kind of looks like Barney the dinosaur has been living next to some kind of a toxic waste dump.
Some sort of an octopus type creature. And it falls somewhat short of the racing presidents.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a good try, though.
Yeah. Well, it's only game number 2. They can refine it. Do some surveys, bring it back. Bottom of the 6th inning. And the Marlins are up 4-2 on the Astros. Logan Morrison pinch hitting. There's strike 1. Morrison has had sore knees. That's why he was not in the starting lineup tonight. And you mentioned him earlier. He could be a key man offensively in the scheme of things. He is 3 for 16 so far this season with 1 RBI. Carpenter misses inside. 1 ball, 1 strike. And Mike Dunn went through the Astros in 1-2-3 fashion in the top of the 6th inning to get a nice bullpen run started for manager Joey Cora tonight. He still has 3 more innings to manage, with Heath Bell getting the 9th in a save situation. 2 balls and a strike for David Carpenter. Marlins were 6-1 against the Astros last year.
The Astros probably as excited about the move to this ballpark as the Marlins are, because they just failed miserably in that old ballpark.
Sure did.
Especially in recent years. Just 2 wins in their last 16 games played at Sun-Life Joe Robbie Landshark Pro Players Stadium.
Well, overall, in all the games they played at whatever that stadium was called, they were 29-46. You mentioned the last few years especially dismal for them there. 3-1.
Dangerous pitch here. Good line drive hitter.
Well, he hits a looping line drive to left, and that is in for a hit in front of JD Martinez.
Yeah, and I guess that's the advantage of throwing 95 miles an hour with life. You got a guy sitting 3-1 who's looking fastball, and he's still not able to square it up. Morrison got himself a base hit, but he didn't hit it particularly hard.
Morrison aboard for Reyes. Reyes has been on all 3 times, a single and 2 walks. He also has stolen a base and scored a run. Jose's a .305 lifetime hitter against the Astros. Bounces one to Carlos Lee. He gets the out at first, throws back to second to Lowry with a tag for a double play. Well, he had a plan. He was close enough to the base that he quickly scampered to first and then made the throw for the reverse double play.
It would have been very difficult to get a double play with Reyes going down the line. So he goes to the bag first and then gets his man at second. Well done by Carlos. You really don't have time to think about this. You have to anticipate. What am I going to do if the ball's hit to my right, if it hits my left, if it's hit right at me, where am I going to go?
That was a great replay to show you a difficult throwing angle he had. Bonifacio is 1 for 2 with a walk. Yeah, that's a tough throwing lane for a first baseman, JD.
Yeah. You know, and he made that bad decision earlier. This time, a great decision to go to the base first, and then makes the inside throw to Lowry, who's able to apply the tag.
Yeah, nice by Lowry too, because he had to reach back to his right and then swipe the tag in the other direction. Wow. 1-1. Pitch looked good.
Yeah, well, we talked about the pitch count being so high for the 2 starting pitchers in this game, and I think the strike zone's been part of it.
Looks good on Fox tracks. And foul back. And then Doug Brocail and David Carpenter worked very hard on his slider, trying to tighten that pitch, make it more consistent.
That's exactly what that pitch was right there. More like a cut fastball than a slider, in that it didn't have any real tilt to it, just a little late movement in.
The Astros beginning the road portion of their season tonight. They'll have those gray uniforms on quite a bit the next couple of weeks. They're home for only 3 games. Now's foul. 1-2. 7 games on the road on this trip. Back home next Friday through Sunday against the Dodgers. That should be a good early reading on the Astros this weekend. The Dodgers figured to have a pretty good club.
They're off to a good start. 6-1. The Dodgers are heading into play tonight.
And the Astros go right back out for a week. 3 in Milwaukee, an off day, and 3 in Cincinnati before coming back home the 30th against the Mets. Off the glove of Carpenter. He tosses and gets out number 3. And it's no runs a hit, nobody left after 6, 4-2. Miami.
Baseball on Fox Sports Houston is brought to you by Hyundai. New Hyundai owners are talking about their cars in the booth. By Whataburger, proud to serve it hot and fresh 24 hours a day. And by the Progressive Insurance Group. For a money-saving car insurance quote, call 1-800-PROGRESSIVE today. In our booth, Bill Brown and Jim Deshaies. And there's a new pitcher on the mound for the Marlins.
Showing a lot of orange sock right now. Greg Lucas, Steve Cishek. That's that orange in the color scheme of the Marlins this season. He's pitcher number 3 of the night. Really helped them out of the bullpen last year with 45 appearances, striking out 55 in 54 innings.
Well, his name has been called off in 5 appearances already this year. Just take a piece of paper out of his pocket.
Didn't see that.
Yeah, he's got a cheat sheet out there with him.
Have you ever seen that?
Can't say that I have.
I don't think I've ever seen a pitcher do that. It's allowed, but it's just.
I like it.
Okay.
As long as you're not doing it every other pitch.
Well, let's see. He can't tape anything to his wrist and look down at that, right? Like a quarterback does.
No.
Altuve.
Right on your glove.
Yeah.
So, you know, I'm guessing it's a scouting report. Maybe it's some kind of inspirational message. I don't know, but I'm guessing it's.
Okay. Altuve 0 for 2. Bounces up the middle. Jose Reyes. Yep. Can't make the play. And now the Astros trailing 4-2 get something going here with the number 8 hitter reaching, and Marwin Gonzalez will be the pinch hitter.
Is not able to corral that one, as he obviously can't leave his feet and then expect to get up and make a play on Altuve. And even if he gloves it, he's probably not going to get him. There it is again. Cishek. Maybe a prayer or some kind of inspirational message, or maybe a scouting report.
Okay. Marwin Gonzalez really has acquitted himself well. He started the first 6 games, going 6 for 21, 1 RBI, played a good brand of shortstop, filling in for the injured Jed Lowry, switch hitter. Taken in the Rule 5 draft. He was in the Cubs organization last year, was drafted by Boston and then traded immediately to Houston. And there's ball 1 to him. So he's had a lot of at-bats here in the last week, which makes him a pinch hitter who's probably feeling more comfortable than somebody who's up there for the 2nd or 3rd time anyway. Not that pinch hitting is easy. Chopped slowly to second. Infante runs back. Now they've got a run down after they get the out at first on Altuve, and they get the double play. Well executed by the Marlins.
Yeah, it sure was there. Altuve tries to slam on the brakes so he doesn't run into the tag, forces the Marlins into a rundown situation. So their option becomes, let's get the out at first, keep the rundown alive, and get our man that way.
Now 4-3-6 double play.
There's not a whole lot Jose could do there.
Second double play of the night for the Fish. Now Schaefer, he's 0 for 2 with a walk, also reached on an error. Cishek pounds it inside, ball 1. Ricky Nolasco, the starter, went 5. Mike Dunn had a 1-2-3 6th. Marlins have 9 hits. The Astros have been held to 4 hits, all singles. 2 balls, no strikes. Phillies are batting in the bottom of the 9th, trailing the Mets 5-1. Frank Francisco in the game for New York. Jed Lowry on deck for Houston. It's 2-1. Cincinnati and Washington are tied 1-1. Bottom of the 9th at Washington.
Cishek gets a little something on his fastball from that sidearm delivery.
He really does.
92 miles an hour from down there. That's pretty impressive.
Not really a touch and feel pitch the way he delivers it, is it? He powers it in there. 2-2. How does he get so much velocity from down there, JD?
I don't know. Just somewhat rare. Most sidearmers don't throw that hard.
So, do you think a lot of guys drop down sidearm because they don't throw hard? And I wonder why he dropped down, because he could probably, if he went with the conventional 3/4, who knows how hard he'd throw from there. Well, he's got plenty of life. 93 there, and he gets a strikeout after the double play ball in the middle of the 7th inning. It's 4-2 Miami. Marlins ballpark, and it's 4-2. Miami leading Houston. Bottom of the 7th inning coming up. We just got facts and figures on this ballpark, which we'll be passing along throughout the 3-game series. We won't bore you with all of that at once. Wilton Lopez comes in after David Carpenter went 2 innings, giving up 2 hits, no runs, with no walks, no strikeouts.
Solid work by Carpenter, and now Wilton Lopez enters his 3rd game. He's got a win, no losses, and a 3.38 ERA for just 2 2/3 innings of work. Ramirez, Stanton, and Fonte due up for the Fish.
That's a big inning for the Astros. They trail by 2. They'll have Lowry, Martinez, and Lee. Their 2, 3, 4 hitters due up in the 8th. Ramirez 0 for 3. In the air near the right field line for Bogusevic, crossing over into foul ground, and it's bouncing in the seats. Owner Jeffrey Loria spearheaded the design for this new stadium. He wanted to make it a contemporary building. There's the 8th inning guy, Edward Mujica, warming up. Loria wrote his vision on a napkin of how he wanted the ballpark to look. And he told architects he did not want a retro, which is a predominantly exterior brick foundation, or Art Deco design, but rather a building that embodied 21st century architecture. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Yeah, it does. Outside has kind of a futuristic look to it.
Sure does. Boy, this ballpark era, JD, the last 20 years, what did it start with? Camden Yards, would you say, in Baltimore?
Camden Yards, the new Comiskey in Chicago, Jacobs Field, they're all in the ballpark in Arlington, are all at 93, 94.
What a tremendous period of 20 years of building ballparks in this country. Just outstanding structures to enjoy a baseball game. Lopez pounds it inside. It's 2-2. This one is very futuristic looking. The roof similar in design to Minute Maid Park's roof, rolling back on those rails there.
I feel like I should have ridden the monorail to the game.
Exactly. With that white exterior, yeah. It's got kind of a Disney feel to it in a way. Still 2-2. Now the people here in Miami are going to get a ton of enjoyment out of this ballpark. Home run sculpture or not. Got to find a quote for you about that home run exhibit from a lady here in Florida who wrote the article. It is classic. Linda Robertson of the Miami Herald. Struck him out. Great location for Wilton Lopez. 1 out. Linda Robertson is a Miami Herald columnist who wrote about this home run structure that you just saw. She said, as you see the strikeout pitch, they're good movement. She said, it is so tacky, therefore so Miami.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's kind of what Laurie was going for with some of the color schemes in here.
Linda Robertson wrote, Red Grooms designed it, complete with pink flamingos, a seagull, a sun, ocean waves, and 2 mechanized marlins that will jump and swim when a Marlins homer is hit. Of course, we have yet to see that. Mike Stanton was strike 1. He had the RBI double in the first, and he's 1 for 3. That'll get your attention. At first, some people thought maybe that would be a distraction to the hitters, especially the left-handed hitters. But we haven't heard of any complaints from them. But the team did make one change. The batter's eye section out there, you see it's black. It was green at one point. It was lime green, and they changed that to black. So they can see the pitch better coming in toward home plate from that area. Ground ball. Chris Johnson flags it down to his left. And the tag by Carlos Lee gets him. 2 outs.
See if Carlos finds him another $100. You weren't with us earlier in the ball game. Chris made a high throw that Carlos had to leave the bag for and reach back and touch the bag at the last to get the out. And we had a shot of him flashing 1-0-0 over to CJ. And I'm just guessing he was finding CJ $100. I don't know. This is a dangerous, scary play, though.
It is.
Seen a lot of first basemen get really hurt on that very same play.
Lopez throws strike 1 to Infante. Infante is 2 for 3 tonight. The Marlins have had something going in every inning. They have men on base in every inning. They've left 7 men on. They left men on base in each of the first 5 innings. Last inning there was a double play ball and they didn't leave anyone on. It's 1-1. Cincinnati and Washington head for the 10th inning, tied 1-1. Lined over third base, left field line. That's foul. 1-2.
They played extras yesterday, didn't they?
Yeah, they did, and the game was decided on a wild pitch.
What a terrible way to lose a ball game.
Oh. Baltimore leads 7-5 at Toronto.
A-Rod went deep today, tied Ken Griffey with his 630th home run, tied for 5th place on the career home run list. He was in support of Hiroki Kuroda, who pitched very well for the Yanks.
That was their home opener, right?
Yep. Beat the Angels 5-0.
2-0. Angels could be scary good this year. Chris Johnson on a foul ball. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Lopez, one of those sinker ball guys who can work often and has worked very effectively for the Astros. Last time out, he worked a couple of innings. David Carpenter worked a couple of innings tonight. And that might be a change in the Astros bullpen from last year. Maybe leaving relievers in a little bit longer. We'll have to see how that develops. Still 2-2. We heard that talk from some of the Atlanta Braves media folks that they thought perhaps Freddie Gonzalez would try to save some appearances by his relievers. A lot of times you do hear that kind of talk about different teams this early in the year, and it's fine to have a plan, but usually it changes.
Yeah, well, when a manager has a chance to win a game, he tends to lean on the same guys.
Out to left field and deep. J.D. Martinez tracking it back. This ballpark has been swallowing up fly balls to the outfield tonight. And after 7, still a 2-run lead for Miami, 4-2. New ballpark, and it's a 4-2 game tonight. You see some of the plays there from this game, which now moves to the 8th inning. The Astros come up with Lowry, Martinez, and Lee against Edward Mujica. Mujica, the setup guy for Heath Bell, comes in as relief pitcher number 3 after Ricky Nolasco started and went 5. And Lowry got the scoring started early after Schaefer walked and stole second. Lowry singled him in, then he struck out, then he walked and stole a base in a double steal himself.
Kind of like playing the Padres now. Mujica and then Heath Bell in all likelihood for the ninth. Mujica and Bell, former Padres. Mujica's kind of a Wilton Lopez type in that he's a strike throwing machine.
There's a line shot into center field. Lowry had a very nice first game as an Astro.
Yeah, 2 knocks and a walk now, and an RBI. Astros had the leadoff man on a lot tonight. Cashed it in the first, did again in the 4th. Schaefer reached on an error in the 5th. They couldn't do anything with that. Altuve infield hit the leadoff last inning. Double play kind of cleaned that up, and here we go again.
And Martinez comes up representing the potential tying run. He was that leadoff guy in the 4th, as you mentioned. He singled and scored. He's 1 for 3. Smacks one high and deep to left field. Is this going to be the first long ball in this park? It comes from a native of Miami. J.D. Martinez comes back home and ties the game with a 2-run homer, and it's 4-4 in the 8th.
How about that? It can be hit out of here.
That was a massive shot to left field. And this game is tied at 4 on Martinez's 3rd long ball of the year.
Somewhere in this ballpark, there's a whole bunch of happy J.D. Martinez fans. Fastball intended to be away, ran back over the plate a little bit. Big swing.
What a thrill for the native of Miami. Putting it out there over that left field wall, which has been so elusive tonight for the hitters. All the drives have been falling short until that one. And now Carlos Lee looks at ball 1. So he had talked about that as he had been asked by the media. What if he came back and hit a home run returning home? And it is indeed the first one in this ballpark in games that count. 2-0 to Carlos. Tying a game. Carlos with a shot. There's a diving stop. And Sanchez tosses to Mujica.
J.D. Martinez grew up a Marlins fan. Was in the ballpark when they won the World Series. Now he comes back home, and what a thrill.
Yeah, he was in the upper deck for that World Series. And now he has a moment. And he did say something about, well, you know, if I'm the first guy to hit one, at least I'll have that. That would be a memorable time. Yeah, they'll remember him. He'll be in the list of stadium firsts. Bogusevic with a bunt. John Bach throws him out. 2 outs.
Browning?
Yes, sir.
We got a brand new ball game.
Oh, it's fun, isn't it? Well, it's been a struggle for the Astros. They've had that first inning run. They've trailed ever since the bottom of the first when the Marlins got 2. And now they finally catch up. They were down 4-1 after 3. They've shown good resilience in these early games.
And I go back to that Lucas Harrell double play. Got off the bat of Mike Stanton after the first 2 men walked in that inning. That was a critical confrontation. If Stanton inflicts a little damage there, it would have been very difficult to come back.
True.
And he was vulnerable, but he got out of it.
There's Johnson. 1-1. Jason Castro's on deck.
Carlos made a bid with a deep drive. CJ did as well. JD will just tell those guys, hey, you got to be a big man to go deep here. You guys should just focus on hitting line drives the other way.
He flexed his muscles. 1-2. Off the end of the bat, up the middle, that makes it into center field. 6-game hitting streak for Chris Johnson, another Florida native. And we have the Florida native theme emerging in this game for the Astros.
Slider down off the end of the bat a little bit, but got enough of it.
Jason Castro's 2 for 3 with an RBI.
Yeah, I like his chances right here, the way he's been swinging it tonight. I like this matchup.
Throw goes over to first on CJ. Castro began the night 0 for 11. Hit the ball up the middle his first time, and diving stop by Reyes, who couldn't get him. Then he hit a line shot by the second baseman for that RBI single with 2 outs in the 4th. Mujica has cost Nolasco a win with the blown save here in the 8th inning.
go 5, you leave with a
True.
2 or 3 run. You're
begging.
you hope to get the win, but
yeah, you're going to get a fair number of blown saves when you go 5. This was the 4th consecutive opening day roster for Mujica, who gets a foul grounder. It's 1-2. Well, the Astros are gaining some respect, certainly, in the early days. A lot of these players are not very well known to their opponents, but they're going to be known.
JD's still wondering why the thing didn't go off out there. I thought that went off and you hit a home run.
Well, the Astros pitchers hope not to witness that this weekend. Jay Happ would be one of those. He comes up on Sunday. Bud Norris goes tomorrow night against Carlos Zambrano, who no-hit the Astros in 08 in Milwaukee as a member of the Cubs.
Treating CJ like a base stealer over there.
Well, they really are. He has 1 stolen base. But they're thinking here on a 1 and 2 count, 2 outs, and that is a time when some runners will go. Down to your last strike in an inning. Ground ball goes foul. Theory being there's not a whole lot to lose by sending him.
See, that's what happens. You steal 1 base and all of a sudden people pay attention to you.
Astros a scrappy bunch. Even the games they lost on that 3-3 homestand, they were making their presence known. They lost 6-3 Wednesday night, but they had 2 men on, the potential tying run at the plate when the game ended. They lost 6-4 Tuesday night. They put the first 2 men on in the 9th inning. Strike 3 call. That ends the Astros 8th, but they tie it. Lowry with a single. Martinez goes deep, back home in Miami to tie it 4-4. Score brought to you by Burger King, showing you that Schaefer, even though he has not had a hit, has been a factor with a walk, a couple of steals, and a run. Lowry's had a big night. He's been on 3 times with an RBI and a run scored. Martinez with a big 2-run homer to tie it, and so on down the line. And now in a 4-4 game, it's the bottom of the 8th inning, and Wilton Lopez works his 2nd inning. with Coughlin leading it off. Coughlin 1 for 3. Fly ball out to left center. One pitch, one out here in the 8th before 30,169.
Big night here in Miami. The Heat play tonight. Florida Panthers, a hockey team, they're in the playoffs. They play tonight.
It is a big night.
I don't know if those clubs are home or not, but
not sure.
They're all playing.
Gabby Sanchez 1 for 3. The Marlins are not televising tonight because the Panthers game is being carried. That's ball 1 to Sanchez. John Buck on deck. So we don't have our usual Tommy Hutton and Rich Waltz sightings. Bouncer, and Lowry can't get to it. On through for a single into left by Sanchez.
As Brownie mentioned, traffic all night long for the Fish. Last inning, the only time they went 3 up, 3 down without a base runner.
That's hit number 10 for them. And now Doug Brocail comes out. John Buck has a single and a walk. They'll talk it over.
Wesley Wright warming up in the Astros bullpen. Maybe a chance to go over the scouting report on Buck. Maybe to buy a little time for Wesley Wright. In anticipation of the Greg Dobbs pinch hit appearance, he'll be next. He's in the on deck circle anyway. Left-handed hitting Greg Dobbs.
Pitcher spot due up second for the Astros in the 9th inning. So Buck, who is a double play possibility, takes a look at ball 1. Astros would love that. Deal with Dobbs some other time. Go to the 9th inning tied.
It's got legitimate pop. He's not a high average hitter, but 16 home runs last year, 20 the year before.
It's 2-0 to him.
He just got a little bit better now that he's sitting 2 balls and no strikes.
Yes, he did.
Lifetime 241 hitter. Mostly with Kansas City, then moved on to Toronto before coming over here to the Marlins.
Two balls and 1 strike. Lopez has worked his way into becoming a fixture in that Astros bullpen. Appearances last year, 68 the year before.
3rd full year.
Yep. He was in just a handful of games in 09. Another waiver claim by the Astros.
Boy, good one too. Good, dependable guy.
They've done well on those waiver claims. Rule 5 acquisitions.
Oh, money. Make your living down there.
Now 3-1.
Wow. Well, that's one of those calls we talked about earlier. They swing the balance. It looked like he made the perfect pitcher's pitch, but maybe just a little bit off or down. Come on, man, swing at that.
Yep.
Give me a double play ball. I'd go there again. I'm going to swing at it this time.
He does swing. Here's Lowry. A little glitch there, and Altuve's able to turn it. Took Lowry an extra second to get that ball out of his glove, but Altuve was able to hang in as Sanchez got a piece of him at second for the 6-4-3 double play.
promised you earlier in the game, it's Miller time, brought to you by Miller Lite. Big Miller moment. As you see, J.D. Martinez cracking a 2-run homer, the first home run of this ballpark. And more importantly, the Astros, the tying 2-run homer. That's where we stand. 4-4 after the big blast by J.D.
And now in this 4-4 game, Marlins being the home team do what teams usually do in a tie game after 8. They go with their closer Heath Bell, and the Astros have given him fits over the years, but as he has joined this Marlin club, they have high hopes that he will be in top form after saving 43 games last year for San Diego, but he's 0-1 this year, JD.
Yeah, he's pitched twice. First time in an 8-3 win, he pitched a scoreless inning, and then his first save opportunity came last Sunday against the Reds, and he coughed it up, gave up 2 runs in a third of an inning, including a Jay Bruce home run.
Jose Altuve takes ball 1. He's 1 for 3. Last year, Stephen Grant provided us with some stats on Altuve. He saw 3.11 pitches per plate appearance. This year, it's 4.03 pitches per plate appearance. And he's seen 2, and they're both balls.
It's a huge improvement.
Sure is. Now as he tries to work his way on ahead in the count, Travis Buck is on deck to pinch hit. It's 2-1 for 34-year-old Heath Bell, who signed a 3-year, $27 million contract to join this Marlin club in December.
He throws that same pitch here. Jose might take a pretty good whack at it. Just missed it. Good swing.
Sure was. 2-2. In Bell's career against the Astros, he's 1-3 with a 4.43 earned run average. That's for 21 appearances. His ERA against Houston, the second highest of his career against any team that he's faced at least 20 times. Still 2-2. The Marlins have the pitcher's spot, then Reyes and Bonifacio do up in the bottom of the 9th. The Mets beat the Phillies in Philadelphia 5-2. R.A. Dickey moves to 2-0, beating Cliff Lee. He's 0-1. Breaking pitch in the dirt. Altuve has worked the count full. Heath Bell was signed by the Mets in '98 as a free agent, traded to the Padres in '06.
Pitches this season at 34 years of age. Turned 35 late in the year. Strikeout numbers significantly down last year.
Got him looking.
He was not going to beat him with a fastball in the strike zone, but he fooled him with a breaking pitch. Locked him up. Good pitch.
That'll be Travis Buck, pitch hitting for Wilton Lopez, who in 2 innings allowed 1 hit, no runs, with no walks, 1 strikeout. Travis has done a very nice job. He's 3 for 10, 2 doubles and a triple. As a pinch hitter, 2 for 2. Strike from Bell.
Good change up there to start him.
Yeah, that was kind of surprising. Fastball grounded to second. 2 down.
Well, hanging out in the bullpen in San Diego with Trevor Hoffman those years, you certainly learned the value of a changeup.
Good point. Foddy handled that one, and now it's Schaefer. As the Astros bullpen is busy with not only Wesley Wright, who's been up for a while, but Fernando Rodriguez. Schaefer is 0 for 3 with a walk, 2 stolen bases tonight, and a run scored. Cincinnati and Washington are in the bottom of the 11th at Washington, tied 1-1. Showing butt. Jordan takes ball 1. That brought in Hanley Ramirez. And with the move of Ramirez from short to third, I would imagine the guys who can bunt are going to test him a fair amount of the time this year to make sure he can make that barehanded play.
I was watching their ball game last night up in Philadelphia, and somebody dropped down a pretty good bunt on him, and he made a nice play. Came and got it, made a good play. But yeah, I would think. I think one of the bigger problems for him would be just positioning. You're not used to playing that position. Where do you go on certain plays in terms of cutoff position, relays, things of that nature?
It's a good point. In one of the games a few days ago, they had a highlight of the fact that there was a hit to left field and he was playing third, and he did not come in to be the cutoff man. So yeah, they're going to.
Yeah, it's just something. You know, once you play the position a bunch, you probably just do it instinctively. But when you haven't played there much at all, you have to be reminded from time to time.
Beautiful new facility here. That's a 4-pitch walk for Schaefer. He might be going with Jed Lowry, the batter. The Astros have been running tonight with 3 steals.
We talk a lot about the game and how managers use their bullpens, and you talked about Bell coming in, tie game at home. There would be no safe situation in this game for the Marlins, so they use him here. But it's amazing how regimented it has become, because he comes into this game for that reason. No double switch. He's due to lead off. He says no thought whatsoever that he would pitch a second inning. They're going to hit for him. He could have gotten through the first 3 hitters with 7 pitches, and there was no way he was going to stay in this game.
True. Throw goes over to first. Lowry singled in a run in the first, walked in the 5th, another single in the 8th.
And that's why Brad Mills had Rodriguez and Wright up, because he has to react to whatever Joey Cora does with his pinch hitter in the bottom of the 9th, whether it's left or right. And now it looks like Brett Myers is starting to warm up just in case the Astros score.
The wheels are spinning. A very enjoyable game tonight. The Astros really struggled, but then got the big 2-run homer in the 8th to tie it from Martinez after trailing ever since the 1st. Now they try to figure out a way to take the lead. Big hole on the left side of the infield. Ball 1 to Lowry.
One of the attributes you really have to like about Heath Bell as a closer is the fact that he doesn't give up many home runs, especially for a guy who is more of a fly ball pitcher, will work up in the strike zone with his fastball. 2010 with San Diego, in 70 innings, he allowed just 1 home run. Last year, 4 home runs in 62 2/3.
In 09, he led the league in saves with 42. He was an all-star. John Buck out to talk with him. J.D. Martinez is on deck. Lowry looks at ball 3.
Yeah, probably taking all the way there, and Bell couldn't find the strike zone. Certainly taking all the way here.
7 straight balls for Heath Bell.
These fans are so enamored with their new ballpark, they're not even going to boo that.
Runner goes, and it's ball 4, and the Astros have back-to-back 4-pitch walks with Martinez coming up with 2 outs.
Interesting play there by Jordan Schaefer. You would think, why on earth would you run on 3 balls, no strikes, take that risk when the hitter's at such an advantage? But Heath Bell had clearly not, kind of forgotten about him, just trying to find the strike zone. And if he does channel one in there for strike 1, now if you're successfully stealing second, you're in scoring position, and Lowry's got a 3-1 count. So a little bit unorthodox, but certainly understandable. And that's, Meacham's out there watching the pitcher. Schaefer's a good base stealer, even though he hasn't been around a long time.
Here's what happened in the 8th inning when J.D. Martinez came up against Mujica.
Yeah.
That certainly rates a fist pump.
It sure does.
First home run in this ballpark. Wandy Rodriguez with a hug. Now, can he give the Astros the lead? He's 2 for 4 tonight. Ball 1 is up, and Heath Bell is struggling to throw a strike. 9 straight balls.
See it a lot with closers. Difference between a lead and a tie game. And when the hitting team is down in the 9th inning, a certain amount of anxiety, and they chase, and it really works in the pitcher's favor. Tie game, there isn't that sense of urgency, and you get a more patient approach by the hitter.
Carlos Lee's on deck. Now it's ball 3, 3-0.
He's got the veteran RBI man on deck, and that's an indication of the respect that they have for J.D. Martinez with a 2-0 breaking ball there.
Way up for ball 4. 12 straight balls from Heath Bell. Bases loaded, 2 outs for Carlos Lee.
And again, because it's his job to pitch the 9th, he stays out there even though he cannot find the strike zone.
Owner Jeffrey Loria watching from the stands. And it's Randy Choate warming up. Bogusevic on deck, a left-handed batter, and it's Lee 0 for 4 at the plate. 5 for 11 against Heath Bell. Ball 1 to Carlos. Astros as a team 0 for 5 with the bases loaded coming into this game tonight.
Now the fans start to get a little restless.
One and one.
What's a Bronx cheer in Miami?
I don't know. South Beach cheer, maybe.
Oh, even after a bad one.
Check swing roller. Bell going to cover. Sanchez with the toss. And that gets Bell out of trouble. Here in the 9th inning, no runs, no hits, 3 men left. It's still tied 4-4.
On Fox Sports Houston is brought to you by Burger King, the proud sponsor of opening week baseball. Hey, if you're hitting the road or live out of market, take the Astros with you this season. Subscribe to MLB.tv tonight and see every Astros out of market game live online and on your favorite devices in HD quality. Visit Astros.com to order and get more details. Remember, MLB.tv, baseball everywhere. Rowdy?
Wheels are spinning here at Marlins Park on this Friday the 13th. Who's going to be unlucky? Fernando Rodriguez comes out of the bullpen for the Astros. He's pitcher number 4 for them. They've gotten 4 innings of shutout relief, 2 from Carpenter, 2 from Lopez. Now Rodriguez comes in for the last of the night.
Yeah, good work for the Astros pen tonight, and for the Marlins for the most part. Mahika got roughed up. Bell dodged a bullet. Now Fernando Rodriguez works for the 4th time. He's 0-1 ERA of 3 for 3 innings of work. And we talked last inning about the options that Brad Mills would have, but he really didn't have any because Buck hit for the pitcher's spot. So it wasn't like he would be able to react to whoever Torres set up there to pinch hit. He had to have a new pitcher in this game before that.
Greg Dobbs leads it off, pinch hitting for Heath Bell. Astros playing him to pull on the infield. Johnson in on the grass. That's strike 1 as Fernando Rodriguez gets a crisp fastball past the pinch hitter. 1 for 3. He is 0 for 1 pinch hitting. Greg, 33 years old. Came up through the Seattle organization, then he was with the Phillies. Last year he played a lot for Florida, 411 at bats. Foul back. No balls, 2 strikes. Dobbs has been known down through the years as a good spot player.
More pinch hit at bats, home runs, hits, and RBI than any active player.
Get a pinch homer in his first major league at bat.
Good
This time, yeah, he strikes out. Swinging over the top of that nice, sharp, downward breaking curve from Fernando Rodriguez.
Started him with a heater at 93 on the inner half. Finished him with a good sharp downer.
Strikeout number 4 for Astros pitching. Jose Reyes has been a thorn for the Astros. He's been on 3 times. Ball 1 with a single and 2 walks. He has stolen a base and scored a run. Bonifacio on deck. Good pitch, backed him out of there and caught the corner. That makes it 1-1. Fouled away. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
You know, you could have brought Wesley right into this ball game to turn Reyes around, and then Bonifacio the switch hitter behind him, but you got to be careful how you use your resources when you're in a tie game. The manager always has to guard against the chance that you end up playing 14 innings or something like that.
Fernando through the loss in the Astros opener against Colorado. A little flare goes foul and will be out of play for Chris Johnson. About 8 rows back. Still 1-2. Wednesday against Atlanta, Fernando gave up a homer to Jason Hayward, the right fielder of the Braves. Altuve over to lead. That's a big out, number 2, because Reyes could have stolen a base if he had reached, and now it's Bonifacio. He has a single and a walk in 4 trips.
Astros have played a pretty clean game defensively here tonight. One error on Carlos on that throw to third base very early in the ball game. Runner came home on that play. Ultimately would have scored anyway because the next hitter got a knock.
Bonifacio is going to walk up on that one and try to lay one down, but instead takes ball one. Strike makes it 1-1. He's trying to get on for Hanley Ramirez. He's done that very well this season with an on-base average over 400 coming into this one. If it goes to the 10th, the Astros have Bogusevic, Johnson, and Castro due up. Flared foul. CJ over. Reaching, and he tumbles into the stands. Did he hold it? Chris Johnson with a catch. Tremendous play falling into the stands by Chris Johnson. And that's the way the ninth inning ends. With Johnson taking a fall, and this game is going to extra frames. Chris Johnson sacrificing his body on this one. It's 4-4 after 9. To end the ninth inning and push this game to the 10th tied as he reaches as far as possible and then loses his balance, goes over that railing and joins the paid customers, but gives the Astros a chance to win it in the 10th now.
Yeah, just tremendous concentration. The ball wasn't in the air all that long. And he has one peek to get a sense of where the wall is and how much time he has before he's going to hit it. Doug Eddings, the third base umpire, does a nice job getting on the play in a hurry. That's a dandy.
Nice play. Now we go to the 10th inning. First extra inning game for either team this season so far. It's Brian Bogusevic against pitcher number 6, Randy Choate. Fly ball to left. Coughlin. One pitch, one out for Choate. Chris Johnson bats next. Really difficult play.
Battling the Marlin fans.
pretty much blind. He didn't have his eye on the ball. He was looking away from it because of the way he had to twist his body. And then he was able to hang on when he went down and hit the cement. JD, how often is it that a guy makes a tremendous tumbling catch like that and comes up second in the next inning?
Yeah, if he makes a play in fair territory, he would let off the inning.
Strike one to CJ. He singled in the 8th. He's 1 for 4.
Now that last slow motion replay we had, it did look like the ball squirted out, but I don't know, maybe that was a fan's hand or something.
You notice that?
Yeah. Yeah, maybe it's a guy's sleeve or something.
Okay.
But it does. You have the illusion that the ball. See, you see that little white there. See, but I think it's just a guy's arm, because I don't think there's any way he goes down.
No.
And recovers that ball and pulls it up as quickly as he did. I mean, that would be an impressive sleight of hand.
There's the hustle by the umpire you talked about.
But that's
Doug.
the kind of play that might warrant replay. If
That might.
allowed, right? I mean, that's
right,
because the umpire loses sight of the play for a minute. And
he does.
Replay would be beneficial on a play like that.
Yeah.
I would throw my red flag if I were Joey Cora, if such a rule existed.
1 and 2. Yeah, it's quite possible for him to pick it up on a bounce, and for the umpire not to see that. Struck him out, 2 outs. Choate gets the first 2. Now it'll be Castro batting. Choate hasn't given up a hit in his first 2 2/3 innings. Castro 2 for 4 tonight with an RBI. Altuve's on deck. Choate's 36 years old. Pitched 54 times last year for this club, and with a 0 ERA so far. Strike one.
It's one of those loogies.
Oh yeah.
Lefty 1 out only guy typically.
That's right.
He's overworking here tonight. This is the 3rd batter he's faced. Last year in those 54 appearances, he pitched 24 2/3 innings.
What would be a lefty 3 out guy? 1 ball and 1 strike. Let's not go Harry Carey and do it backwards.
I just think anytime you get a chance to work loogie into the broadcast, it's worth it.
2 balls and a strike. I think I had one of those for breakfast today, by the way. 4-4 game. 10 hits for the Fish, 7 for the Astros. Altuve on deck. Choate's really been around. The Yankees drafted him in '97. The year you started as a broadcaster, JD.
Yep. Played for the Oneonta Yankees. The New York Penn League, Choate did in '97.
They're a legendary bunch. 3-1. You and John Elway once applied your trade for that club.
We're Yanks.
So do you think John made the right move trading Tebow?
Oh, I thought you meant picking football over baseball.
No, nothing that insignificant.
Yeah, I don't know all the details and all the particulars, but my sense is that Peyton Manning's a pretty good quarterback.
Well, history would bear that out, yes.
And the experts that I hear, like I said, I'm not an expert, despite Tebow's heroics, most people feel like he's just a marginal guy in the NFL.
What the experts say.
He's a specialist. He's a loogie quarterback.
3-2 pitch, grounded, and there's Infante to make it a 1-2-3-10. The Marlins have Ramirez, Stanton, and Infante due up in the bottom half in a game tied 4-4. Miami 4. We're in the bottom of the 10th inning with Ramirez, Stanton, and Infante, the 3, 4, 5 hitters due up for Joey Cora managing the club in the absence of suspended skipper Ozzie Guillen. Marlins trying to give the home fans their first win here in this ballpark. Only their second game in this park, and they had a 4-1 lead after 3. The Astros got a run in the 4th. They tied it on a 2-run homer by Miami native J.D. Martinez in the 8th. And now the Marlins have Ramirez, who's 0 for 4, Stanton and Infante for a challenge to Fernando Rodriguez.
And good work by the Astros bullpen. It all started when Lucas Harrell came in relief of himself and got a double play off the bat of Mike Stanton to end the 4th inning. It went walk, fielder's choice to Hanley Ramirez, and then a 6-4-3 double play. Just a really critical time in the ball game, and the Astros managed to come back. Carpenter, Lopez, Fernando Rodriguez have all been sturdy for the Astros so far.
Ramirez looks at ball 1. Fernando Rodriguez had a 1-2-3 ninth. Thanks to that sparkling play by Chris Johnson on the foul pop of Bonifacio. Would be due up second in the 11th inning if he puts up a 0 on the board here. 2-0. Diamondbacks lead the Rockies 6-4 in the top of the 4th at Colorado. Cincinnati and Washington tied 1-1, bottom of the 12th at Washington. Ball there for a strike, makes it 2-1. And Ramirez at one point had a 20-game hitting streak against the Astros. It took him from July 15th, 06 until April 20th, 2010. Over that span, he hit .438 against Houston. Big cut there.
You can tell he's a little bit out of sorts because he took that 2-0 pitch. It looked to me like he was just taking all the way, and you know, if you're Hanley Ramirez with his resume, when he's seeing it well, he's looking to swing on 2-0, trying to end the ball game.
Fouls it back. Still 2-2. Good ball game tonight. First of 7 on this road trip for the Astros.
Well, they're having a wild one in Atlanta tonight. It's 8-8, bottom of the 8th.
Crazy 8s on Friday the 13th.
Atlanta had an 8-3 lead after 5. Yes!
Oh, struck him out looking. Took the fastball. He looks around at Paul Nowert as if he was just called out by a mall cop, but that pitch looked good.
Can't tell which one it is on our Fox tracks. Number 6, I guess it was off the plate inside. The monitor up here is the size of my iPhone, so it's hard to see.
Giancarlo Stanton is 1 for 4, an RBI double. Ball 1 to him. He's listed at 6'5", 233. Up the middle, Lowry spins and throws, and on one bounce, there's the dig by Carlos Lee. Spectacular play.
Pretty play. Tough play for Lowry too. And bounding ball with a kind of a funky hop in it. He kind of made an adjustment with his feet. And then a 360, accurate enough to Carlos. Big man stretches out to get Stanton.
What a nice play.
Now I don't think He has the range that Barmer's had, but similar player.
And I think he'll hit a lot more than Barmes did. I like Clint a lot defensively at short. Infante, 2 for 4 with an RBI. But Clint got a 2-year deal from the Pirates, $10 million, I believe. So he did well for himself.
Yeah, he's a good player.
Yep.
Here's our monitor. These monitors are little, Brownie.
Tiny monitors. So keep your iPhone ready. 1 ball, 1 strike on 30-year-old Omar Infante. He almost hit for the cycle 5 days ago. Had a homer, a triple, a double his first 3 times up, and then he hit a fly ball that was caught. And he said, "I wanted to cry." After getting 3 hits, no Marlin has ever hit for the cycle.
See, I like that because most guys would say, "Oh, it doesn't matter." He's being honest. He had a 2 home run game this year already, too.
Good player who hit 276 last year. Just Coughlin on deck. Fastball up, makes it 3-1. Chris Johnson close to the line. The way the Astros are playing on Infante. Foul back. Not that you worry certainly about appearances for relief pitchers this early in the season, but it's the cumulative effect that it might have on down the line if the appearances pile up. Fred Myers. But just thinking about this, JD, this is the beginning of a 7-game road trip, and then back home for 3 and on the road for 3 more. So the Astros will be playing for 6 more, but until the next off day, the 26th is the point. They'll be playing 12 straight until the next day off. So the fact that they're getting 2 innings out of each of these relievers speaks well for saving others. Deep drive left center field. On the run, Schaefer, and on the warning track. The ballpark holds another blast. On to the 11th inning on Friday the 13th. It's 4-4. Now, and pitcher number 7 of the night comes in for the Marlins. Right-hander Ryan Webb. Randy Choate went 1 inning, allowed no hits, no runs, had a strikeout. The Astros will have Altuve, then the pitcher's spot with Matt Downs out to pinch hit, and Schaefer due up in the 11th inning against this 6'6" right-hander who's 26 years old and native of Clearwater, Florida.
Another one of those former Marlins, or excuse me, former Padres that have join this Marlin bullpen. He was here last year and was hard. He's at about 93, 94 miles an hour with the fastball. Has a slider and a changeup to go with it. Originally signed by the A's and then moved along to San Diego before joining the Marlins last year.
Jose Altuve leads it off. He is 1 for 4. A hit back in the 7th inning. 10 hits for the Fish, 7 for Houston, 2 errors for Florida, 1 for Houston. The Astros have stranded 9. The Marlins have left 7. Corner infielders pinching in. Altuve looks at a tough pitch for strike 1.
93 with sink, bottom of the knees. Don't want any part of that one.
No, sir. Now the slider, and he tried to check his swing and did on appeal to Dana DeMuth.
And then Ramirez guards the line. He's in, but toward the line at third base. Gabby Sanchez, the first baseman, though, is way off the line. You see the positioning there.
Ground ball in the hole. Backhanded. Reyes throws, and he's got a great arm. 1 out. Now Matt Downs is pinch hitting for Fernando Rodriguez, who had 2 perfect innings with 2 strikeouts. Nice job by Rodriguez.
Who's tomorrow? Bud Norris?
Yes.
Better go 7 tomorrow, Bud. Get some tired relievers.
Yeah. Matt Downs 0 for 5 this season as a pinch hitter. Last year was tremendous pinch hitting. Oh, that's a tough slider. Strike 1. Last year he had a .462 on base average as a pinch hitter to lead the majors. Had 3 pinch hit homers, 15 runs batted in, and overall 10 homers, 41 runs batted in. Boy,
those dandies there.
Webb is dealing tonight.
Last year right-handed hitters hit just .231 off of Ryan Webb.
You can see why.
Yeah, well.
He pitched 7 scoreless innings this spring. Downs tried to check. The appeal went to DeMuth. He did check. It's 1-2. Jordan Schaefer on deck. Oakland and Seattle are scoreless after 2 in Seattle. King Felix pitching for the Mariners. Popped up, foul. Buck is over. 2 down.
The Astros pinch hitters doing a nice job coming into play tonight, but nothing for 4 tonight.
Chris Snyder's the only one left on the bench now. Schaefer is 0 for 3 with 2 walks, 2 steals, and a run scored. Andy Ramirez comes in at third base. Gabby Sanchez even with a bag at first, as you see there. Bonifacio is really deep in center field. Fly ball outside the left field line, goes back into the seats. Strike 1. Schaefer has some pop.
Well, yeah, and you can understand the Marlins playing no doubles in the outfield, but you could also understand if they just played a standard depth, because Schaefer, if he gets a single, there's a good chance he's going to steal second on you anyway.
True. Or if he hits a flare, he might hustle that into a double. Pitch. 0-2. Boy, that's something where you could bring a pitcher like Webb out for the 11th inning throwing like this.
Reminds me of Qualls.
Yeah.
And quite have to sink that Chad had. Has maybe a little bit more in terms of velocity.
One ball, 2 strikes.
Jordan Schaefer hit a home run in his first major league at bat, and it came off of Brett Myers. How about that?
Interesting.
Schaefer was a Brave. Myers was a Philly.
That's to center field, and Bonifacio didn't have to move much from that deep position. Yes, it did. 1-2-3 in the 11th inning. Core holds up after that 8th inning homer, and it's still tied at 4. At 4 as it has been since the J.D. Martinez 2-run homer in the 8th. And now Brandon Lyon has come out of the Houston bullpen. He'll be pitcher number 5 to work for Brad Mills tonight in 3 games. He has no decisions, a 3.86 ERA. Pitching for the first time since Wednesday when he needed only 1 pitch to get 1 out against Atlanta.
Well, it seems like we have to go 13 innings on Friday the 13th.
Yes. Why don't we just fast forward to the 13th?
So we'll get Brandon the 11th and 12th. Score one in the top of the 13th and let Myers finish it.
Good plan. Brandon's been building up arm strength after the surgery last year. His right shoulder area. Chris Coughlin is 1 for 4. Gabby Sanchez and John Buck to follow. Johnson in at 3rd, and there's ball 1. Brandon Lyon said in spring training, first time he pitched back-to-back days, he was feeling it a little bit because of the downtime he had last year with surgery. There's a shot off his leg. It goes to Johnson. Johnson with a hesitation, safe at first.
The deflection was right to Chris Johnson, then just a little bit of a mishandle there as he tried to get the grip, and that cost him. If he gets it cleanly, he gets his man. See where it got Brandon. Somewhere around that right knee, I believe.
Yes.
Maybe he got leather on it.
He might have. That's hit number 11 for the Marlins.
See how Joey Cora chooses to play it. There's the play at first base. Very close, but it looked like he beat it.
Assistant trainer Rex Jones and Brad Mills went out to look at Lyon, who stays in to face Gabby Sanchez. Sanchez 2 for 4.
Again, another one of those situations where you might think bump, but you don't have the right people in place.
That's for sure.
Sanchez, even though he's down in the order, he's a run producer. There's plenty of power.
Chris Johnson, though, is in close at third. Ground ball past him as it goes foul.
You have to guard. You have to play him just in case. Take it away. Take the bunt away from him. How about Aaron Harang tonight?
What did he do?
He gave up a leadoff hit and then struck out 9 in a row.
He was channeling JD.
Wow.
Except for that leadoff hit.
Padres have come out to hit in the 4th inning or not, but the record is 10, right? 10 consecutive strikeouts.
I believe so.
Tom Seaver finished the game with 10 in a row.
I think it was at San Diego in the twilight. Runner going. Grounded. Yanks. Foul. Smashed that one off the rail. 0-2. Cincinnati and Washington are in the 13th on Friday the 13th.
Sanchez has not been doing a whole lot so far this year, but he's having a nice night tonight. A couple of hits. And flirted with a home run with a deep drive in the 5th. Man, he got strong legs.
You have to hit out of that crouch. That's kind of a Jeff Bagwell type crouch. And boy, you can't do that without strong legs. It just doesn't work to be down that kind of a crouch that many times during the evening.
Post-game concert tonight with Daddy Yankee.
Really?
Yep.
Who's that? Hank Steinbrenner? Flared back.
Yeah, at the risk of being culturally out of sorts, I've got no idea.
Well, if you don't know, a lot of people don't know. Chad Gaudin. The only reliever left for the Fish. Fly ball left field. J.D. Martinez backing, looking, and that one is off the fence. And the Marlins are going to get the winning run home. Coughlin scores on a game-winning double by Sanchez. 5-4 Marlins in the 11th. Their first win in their new ballpark. Crowd of 30,169 loves the finish.
They didn't set off their home run display. Just missed doing that, but good enough to give the Marlins the win. About a third of the way up the wall there, and JD in pursuit couldn't handle the carom. Coughlin comes all the way around, and then the bone pile.
A big night for baseball as a Miami native, Gabby Sanchez, who played at the University of Miami, provides the game winner, winning in the 11th inning, 5-4.